streamers? Oh sheesh, welcome back to another amazing live stream by yours truly. How are we all doing today? I'm excited. We're playing Ace Attorney, and if I am correct, which I sometimes am, believe it or not, this might be our last stream of the first game. I think we just have one investigation left, day 3 investigation, and then day 4 trial. And then we're done. Unless somehow there's a hidden 7th chapter that nobody's ever discovered before. No, I'm kidding. Hello, Hydro. Guess whose PC is going back into repair? No, wait, what happened? Yo, Jplays, how are you? I just got the notification in my email. Twitch is so weird about when they decide to send going live notifs for however you receive them. But I'm glad you guys are here regardless. Let's not waste any more time. Let me switch us over to the gamer screen. Oh, there we go. And give us desktop audio and mute the lo-fi beats because they do not mix well with the Ace Attorney bops. Bam, 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 bam. Okay. Is everything good? I think so. All right. Continue. We're gonna rise from the ashes. Rah. Same old internet stuff. No Yakuza streams, I guess. Bro, they hate you. Why did they not want to let you do any Yakuza? Finally, onward to Ace Attorney. Yeah. How's your guys' week been? Mine has been alright. It's been pretty good. Busy, but, you know, it's pretty good. Alright. Where we at, Emma? Not good. You don't look happy. Oh, yeah. Basically, at the end of the last trial, we barely escaped by the skin of our teeth. No, we've had Ace Attorney. Now it's time for Base Attorney. Everyone knows that the hit second game in the Ace Attorney series is actually Base Attorney. Based Attorney. Wrong. I'm so sorry, Mr. Wright. I'm sorry for what my sister said. I would say this time you are allowed to give a flashback because I don't remember what she said. Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. Oh yeah, and poor Miles Edgeworth being like, "Wait, you made me use fake evidence?" Krilling myself. This is Attorney, third game? You know it. We did what we had to in order for him to get the verdict he deserved. I didn't know. I never knew that the SL9 incident was just another name for the Joe Dark killings. Sounds like everyone's heard about these killings but me. Listen, this is what happens, bro. You need to study or something. Lana wanted Dark convicted so badly. That's why she used me. That's why she used what happened to me. What do you mean what happened to you? It's all there in the file. Joe Dark's last victim was prosecutor Neil Marshall. When he murdered when he murdered Officer Marshall's brother, he left behind an incriminating piece of evidence. Sorry. But what did you have to do with those killings, Emma? On the night prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered, Joe Dark tried to kill me. What? He tried to kill you? One second, let me close my door. Okay, sorry, I'm back. I'm like, I already have enough background noise as is. Please, I don't need y'all adding to it. And then the fourth game is just a D&D variant. Ayo. Officer Marshall's brother Neil was only trying to save me. Bro, I got used as bait. Or she got used as bait. That's crazy. So that means you... Yes. I was a witness in the Joe Dark trial. I didn't see that one coming. Did you lie on the witness stand, Emma? Be honest. It happened 2 years ago. It was right about this time of year, too. Of course it was. There was a terrible thunderstorm that day. Unusual for the season. I was alone in my sister's office. We were planning to eat dinner together once she finished her work. Then, suddenly, this terrifying man came bursting into the office. Joe Dark. It seemed like he was running from someone. He pulled out a knife and screamed at me. I didn't know what was going on. I mean, fair enough. Just then, Prosecutor Marshall showed up. Jake Marshall's brother. Joe Dark tried to take me hostage. But before he could, Mr. Marshall tackled him. Tackled him, yeah, sure. Then, what happened? I'll never forget it. Lightning struck, and the lights went out. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed outside the window, lighting up the office for an instant. What I saw then burned a permanent picture in my mind. I can still see it now. A permanent picture? Okay, what happened after the incident? I don't remember the moment when Dark stabbed Mr. Marshall. So you weren't able to testify about that? No, I was only asked about when I was attacked. That must be why she made up the crime. Made it up? You mean provided bogus evidence? The prosecutor's office wanted that guilty verdict so badly. Lana forged the evidence and Mr. Edgeworth used it. Edgeworth? Yes, but I'm sure he didn't know anything about it. He couldn't have known he was being given false evidence. Even so, that's when it all started. The rumors about Mr. Edgeworth, I mean. That's all my fault. I mean, it really isn't, though. It's Lana's fault. If I could have just testified properly, none of this would have happened. Do you guys want ASMR frozen washcloth because it's very hot? There you go. It's so hot that I've just like started wetting like a face cloth and like freezing it because I don't have like an AC, I just have a fan. It does make a satisfying noise though. So it's true, even though he may not have known it, Edgeworth really was involved in falsifying evidence. Bro. After that case ended, Lana was never the same. Listen, if you want to switch, by all means. By all means. I don't know what this converts to in Celsius, but currently it's 85 degrees Fahrenheit. And that's not including whatever the feels like temperature is. After that case ended, Lana was never the same. She became cold like she is today. She must not have been able to face what she did, especially not to Emma. Alright, what did you see? What did you see in the instant that crime occurred? Tell me. Never mind. Yeah, exactly. I think that's like somewhere between like 20 and 30 Celsius. Dark knocked down Mr. Marshall and raised his knife. Neil Marshall was stabbed right in front of this poor girl. Well, technically, I don't think she saw him getting stabbed. She was just there. I mean, still traumatic. 28 degrees Celsius. Jesus. Yeah, it's bad. I hate the heat. Currently, the US is on fire. Not literally, but figuratively. The temperatures are crazy.
I don't remember what happened after that. Apparently, I passed out. When I came to, Lana was cradling me in her arms.
Poor Emma. You've been through so much. Oh, look at her, just a little guy on a stand.
I couldn't bring myself to testify about that instant. I tried, but the words just wouldn't come out. I drew a picture, but it wasn't any good.
2 years ago. You must have been 14. That's understandable. Wow, she's making that same face right now.
Once it was all over, I made up my mind. I decided that when I grew up, I'd become a scientific investigator.
Then why the fuck were you wearing, like, the glasses and stuff? You... just for fun? And you just happen to know? Okay, it's fine. Never mind, it's fun. Just having fun. Being silly and goofy. Oh, sorry. I don't know why I put down my controller. I found out that the UK housing traps heat inside, so no buildings have... And no buildings have ACs, so... Not only that, but the fact that y'all don't have screens in your windows, so you just... If you open the window, you're just fucking raw dogging the outside. Just... Last week, we were trapped in an AC hall. I feel like that should be illegal. I feel like schools should be AC'd. Like, you have all of those kids crammed into, like, a school. And the window's barely open. Yeah, and the bugs get in. No. Listen, I'm just saying, like, I know British people hate Americans, but, like, if you're gonna take something, I really think y'all should invest in, like, window screens. I'm just saying. It makes it a little bit better, at least.
I want to be able to fight crime with my testimonies and find the evidence to make an airtight case. That way, Lana would never have to forge any.
I see. I think I'm finally starting to understand what makes Emma tick. But there's still something that bothers me about that crime. There's something that's puzzling me, Emma, about that crime.
What is it?
You said you were in Lana's office at that time, right?
That's right.
Why then would a serial killer come running in there? Not only that, but he was being chased by a prosecutor?
Oh, there's no mystery there. Joe Dark had been taken in for questioning that day.
Taken in for questioning? You mean by the police?
Of course. This happened at the police department. He tried to run away halfway through the interview and fled into my sister's office.
But why did he run all the way over to your sister's office?
Because the detective offices in the questioning room are right across from the elevator.
Across from the elevator? But Lana was the chief prosecutor, wasn't she?
No, silly, didn't I tell you? 2 years ago,
Lana was a detective. No, you didn't tell me that. Emma.
She was the best in the entire force.
What? That's news to me.
After the Joe Dark case, she was transferred to the prosecutor's office and made chief prosecutor.
Lana used to be a detective? I'd better have another talk with her. Okay, is that all we got over here? I'm gonna assume she's gonna be in the detention center. Hey, Pookie.
Lana. Mr. Wright, it seems I keep causing you trouble.
Falsifying evidence. I didn't think you were the type.
Criminals don't mind playing foul. Why should we? But Lana, if you're wrong, an innocent person might be found guilty. Believe me, I understand the risks.
Lana, Emma told me about you.
Oh?
About how you were a detective 2 years ago, and how the SL9 incident was the reason for your transfer to the prosecutor's office.
That's right.
Could you fill me in on the details, especially about that unusual change of jobs?
I suppose you have a right to know, Mr. Wright.
A lot of revelations were uncovered at today's trial, not the least of which was the fact that this case is largely connected to another one 2 years ago.
Evidence from that case was stolen as well, though I expected as much. I know how obsessive Officer Marshall can be. That trial, it really wasn't fair, was it? I believed in you, Lana. I believed that no matter what happened, you'd always stick to the truth.
Well, she's a liar. Your Honor, she fibbed.
It couldn't be helped, Emma. At that trial 2 years ago, I sold my soul.
Well, all that drama aside, damn Phoenix. The fact of the matter is, at 5:15, there was no murder at the police department.
Tell me it's not true, Emma. That witness, Miss Starr said.
Listen, I don't believe literally most things that come out of that woman's mouth. I'm sorry. She lied once, she'll lie again. Period.
About you stabbing Mr. Goodman with a knife? Lana, I don't understand. Why won't you tell us?
Emma, this doesn't involve just me. I don't think I've ever seen Lana look so fazed before.
It's true. I was a member of the police force 2 years ago. She was amazing. They still talk about all the cases she and Chief Gant cracked together.
Chief Gant?
He was the deputy chief of police back then, but he still worked the crime scenes. Damon Gant. He was everything I aspired to be. They were the best team ever. They solved crimes before the reports could even be filed.
Emma really idolizes her big sister. But now you're chief prosecutor. What happened?
I always planned on becoming a prosecutor. The reason I became a detective was to gain experience investigating crime scenes, so you could use that experience in court, right? Gant's help in the SL9 case was crucial to its resolution. After that, he became chief of police and arranged my transfer to the prosecutor's office.
Maybe I should ask more about this investigation of theirs 2 years ago. They even solved crimes before they happened in the first place. That's honestly. Now wait a minute. No, I'm kidding.
2 years ago. 2 years ago, I was second in command of the detectives investigating Dark.
Damn, dude. Second in command? That means the investigation lead was Damon Gant, right?
Yes. Deputy Chief Gant and I shared the same office. and the same investigations. They even had the same office.
Oh my god, and they were roommates.
We led a team of the best detectives on the force,
And let me guess, it's all the chuckleheads we've met so far. Oh my gosh.
Detective Goodman, whose case it was, Jake Marshall and Angel Starr. It was the first time Marshall worked with his brother. He was quite gung-ho.
Bro, who's this guy? Looks like somebody, but I could be capping too. I don't know.
Without a doubt, Joe Dark was the serial killer. We asked him to come in for questioning. We were desperate for evidence. That was when his final murder took place. When he tried to murder Emma. Prosecutor Marshall was trying to save me from Dark. You see, the first person who happened upon the scene of the crime, was me.
Now you tell us.
Damon Gant and Neil Marshall were the ones questioning Dark that day. The investigation was in its final stages, and Dark must have suddenly panicked. So he waited until Gant and Marshall let their guards down, then fled the room.
Bro, he wasn't cuffed or nothing? Or the door wasn't locked? Like, what do you mean? How did he escape, brother?
From there, he ran straight to the office shared by Deputy Chief Gant and myself. That's where he found me.
So you were the first person to run to the scene, Lana?
It appears so. I was filing some papers while Gant and Marshall were questioning Drake.
Sorry, Drake? Dark. While they were talking to Drake, they played not like us.
When I returned to my office, I saw 3 bodies on the floor and smelled blood.
3 bodies?
Prosecutor Marshall, the victim, and Emma.
Prosecutor Marshall, the victim, Emma, who had passed out.
And the suspect, Joe Dark. And the suspect, Joe Mama. During the struggle, it seems Mr. Marshall struck a final blow before he died. Joe Dark had incurred a minor concussion and lay unconscious.
What did you do?
To be honest, I panicked. I picked up Emma, carried her out of the room, and just held her.
I can't blame her after her sister must have gone all of her... Blah, blah, blah. Wow. Speaking?
Can't blame her after all her sister must have gone through. After that, I placed Dark under immediate arrest.
Let me get this straight. You were all involved in the SL9 incident.
That's right. Quite a coincidence,
I don't buy it.
Well, what are you saying?
There's no way everyone involved in this trial was also involved in that incident. Phoenix is like, what the Sigma? I'm trying to figure out where to put this. Oh, here, hold on one second. What the Edgeworth, ayo. There's no way, but it's Ace Attorney, so it is totally way. Just by chance. Yeah, not by chance. Someone's definitely sussy. Something sussy in the courtroom.
But that case was solved 2 years ago. At least one person went to extremes because they didn't believe it was truly solved. Officer Marshall, yes. His actions came as a surprise to me as well. Ever since his brother died, he's changed completely. I guess he wasn't convinced with...
Oh my gosh.
I guess he wasn't convinced with with ruling against Dark Joe. With the ruling against Dark Joe. Rah! Joe Dark. Why is it so hard for me to say his name? Because it's stupid. It's dumb and it's stupid. Joe Dark. Bro. Life doesn't end with the closing of a case. Everyone has to live the rest of their lives with their memories. That case just might not be over yet. Emma was assaulted by Dark at the police department, right? Yes, in the office that Damon Gant and I shared. The office that Mr. Gant now occupies by himself. The chief's office. Maybe we should have a look at the chief's office. The site of the final SL9 murder. Okay, do I need to show her anything? No, I did not mean to go to the prosecutor's office. Rah! No one's here today. Not even Miss Starr. Everyone's probably busy looking into what exactly went down in the evidence room. That must be where the detectives are. But we proved in court today that on the day of the crime, no one was murdered in the evidence room at 5:15 p.m. Listen, you know what they need to do is work on their goddamn, whatchamacallits? Their security, because whatever they had was not working. Yeah, I thought we were finally making some headway in our case. But instead of looking like we just... but instead, it looks like we just ended up making Lana look even more guilty. Hang in there, Lana. I've got to find all the answers by tomorrow. Okay, wait. I did not mean to go here. I wanted to go to the police department. Howdy, Bambina. Oh, Mr. Marshall. I never thought things would turn out this way when I woke up this morning. Are you still, like, do you have a job? Or are you fired? Like, I'm assuming you're probably fired, right? Okay, Sarah, you never know where life will lead you, eh, Bambina? I should have known my luck had run out when old Billy dried up this morning. Billy? Must be his pet cactus. Say, where are you headed? Just over to the prosecutor's office for a little interrogation. It's a voluntary appearance, but we all know I won't be coming back. Sorry, but you can't go in the evidence room today, partner. Mr. Marshall, why did you do it? Why do prospectors head west? If even there was a case I needed to know the truth about, it was that one. Before you turn yourself in... Sorry, I didn't read that. Lol. Before you turn yourself in... Never mind. Exactly what happened? Would you mind telling us exactly what happened? Looks like I won't be getting a steak lunch today.
something was fishy about that trial from the beginning. It wasn't just me either. All the detectives thought so. What do you mean fishy? Some of the facts reported were inconsistent with the evidence found. Okay. For example, the murder weapon. The murder weapon? You mean the switchblade knife with the broken tip? That was Joe Dark's, alright. Right. But in the initial autopsy report, a question was raised.
A question?
The blade of the knife was not a perfect match with the wounds the victim sustained. What does that mean? It means there's a good chance that the knife was not the murder weapon. Sorry, I just banged the desk with my knee. However, in the report that was finally submitted, that possibility had been erased. Could the facts have been concealed with forged evidence? That case left behind scars on all of us.
The scars that the SL9 incident left behind.
I got the looks, but he got the brains. He was one of the best prosecutors around. I had just made detective when it went down. Damn, so you were a detective for like 2 days. It was our first case together.
How old was he? Your brother?
He was 27 at the time. He was awarded the highest honor that very day.
The highest honor? You mean the...
King of prosecutors.
I knew it.
What are you looking at me like that for? That's an honor for a prosecutor.
Mr. Marshall must have been really close with his brother. The day this SL9 incident took place, that wasn't the same day as...
That's right. It was the day of the evidence transferal.
Interesting.
It was drizzling that morning. By nightfall, there was thunder. I can't believe 2 years has gone by already. I tried to steal the evidence so the case wouldn't die.
Apparently, someone tried to stop you. Detective Goodman was murdered, and the evidence locker was empty.
There was something going on behind the scenes in that case. We all knew that later. Every detective involved in that investigation, save one, was taken care of. Miss Starr was fired, and I was demoted and boxed away in a tiny room.
What about Detective Goodman?
If they did something to him too, the commissioners would get suspicious. No, they were careful enough not to be too obvious.
They? Who are you talking about?
Don't get upset, Bambina. I mean Damon Gant and Lana Skye. The investigation lead, Damon Gant, and his second in command, Lana Skye. There wasn't a person on the force who hadn't heard of that duo. That case was the biggest step in both of their careers. After the case ended, Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office. Oh, sorry, that's me. Sorry, I just... Southern accent, baby.
After the case ended, Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office, right?
Yeah. Damon Gant, the new chief of police, arranged for that to happen. She's never been the same since she left. Everyone who knew her said so. Chief Prosecutor Skye was totally different when she was a detective.
Now that he mentions it, Emma said something like that too.
sorry. Tell me, what happened to my sister? I think that's what that said. Sorry, Bambina, but her secret is too well guarded. I never found out. Lana's secret. It all started 2 years ago. So there you have it. That's my story. Did you enjoy it, partner? It was certainly enlightening. There was one thing for sure I found out in court today. That boy Edgeworth isn't my enemy. He was the one who used falsified evidence to get a guilty verdict. But someone else was the one who gave him that evidence and planned everything. And that someone is Damon Gant. Don't believe me? Well, I don't blame you. No, I believe you. No, I believe you, because I would never think that my Pookie would do anything wrong. Don't believe me? Well, I wouldn't blame you. I wouldn't even be a patrolman after today. I won't be. And you're drinking. Too bad I won't be around to work with you when you become a real scientific investigator. Adios, Bambina. Bambina. Damn, final line and I fucked it up. February 24th. I like how both of the games we're playing right now, Somnium Files and this trial, are both set in February. This place is always pretty empty, but today it's deserted.
That must mean everyone's busy solving crimes.
Oh, if you're looking for the others, they're all in the conference room. Thanks. Wow, he actually talked to us. With the chief prosecutor saying what she did and the decision about what to do about Mr. Edgeworth, not... Jeez. She did in the decision about what to do. Thank you. Thank you, Rebel. I definitely need that hydrate. Bro, my brain is melting. I'm currently drinking a Gatorade, 0 sugar. Just because it's what we had. It's berry flavored. It's actually nice. Oh, thank you for that hydrate. Or dihydrate. I'm choosing hydrate for today. Wait, I should have objected then to the hydrate next time. There's always next time. About Mr. Edgeworth. Not to mention our statement to the media in tomorrow's trial. There's more chaos going on than Thanksgiving and Christmas put together. I think festive is the word usually used for those. I mean, it's February. I don't think I want to be thinking about Thanksgiving or Christmas.
Sir? We'd like to have a look around Chief Gant's office.
Just use the connecting hallway to the other building and take the elevator to the top floor.
Really? You mean it's okay for us to go in there? I mean, we aren't police officers or anything.
Hey, you're right. You can't go in there. It's off limits. Now I see where Detective Gumshoe gets his unique charm.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's head to the chief's office.
Emma said, I don't give a frick or a frack about these damn rules. Nah, somebody whose office looks like this, blinking, you gotta have like a large ego. Whoa, where am I?
In the chief's office, silly. At least that's what it said on the door.
Check out that pipe organ. That's real, isn't it?
Hey, I used to take organ lessons in kindergarten. They used to call me Little Miss Bach.
Did they really?
I thought I was a genius until they...
I thought I was a genius until they tried teaching me something. I didn't read the last word.
I never could remember where C was.
Hmm. Oh, wait, what voice did I give Gant? I can't remember. Oh, it's you two. Chief Gant. He put that paper he was reading in his desk. So, Righto, have you been swimming lately? No, I haven't. I've been kind of busy lately. I can appreciate that. I've had my hands full too with Mr. Marshall's misconduct and Lana's provocative statement. Provocative statement? Oh, you mean about the forged evidence? 2 years have passed since that incident. My, how time flies. See that big picture on the wall over there? It's that fucking vase in the background. That's a picture of Lana, Neil, and me. So this is Mr. Marshall's brother, Prosecutor Neil Marshall. We took it to commemorate our work together. Listen, this is literally the day of the murder. Something's not right with this picture. I can't quite seem to put my finger on it, though. Okay. Anyway, I'd like to reminisce all day, but there are matters that need my attention. I'm going to lock up here, so let's go out together.
Oh, but this office, it was a crime scene 2 years ago, wasn't it?
That case has long since been over. There's no need to investigate it anymore. All the same, we'd like to have a look around. Perhaps you didn't hear me. I said there's no need to investigate it anymore. Don't give me that white person, like, smile, no lip having. Ah, don't flash me those veneer teeth. Now hurry up and get out. I have a meeting to attend. What an asshole.
Looks like we aren't welcome.
It seems that case isn't over with yet after all. Listen, I agree, because if there was nothing connecting this case to that case, he would have been like, have a look around. Listen, I'm just saying. Chief Gant denied our request to search the crime scene. That means there must be a reason he didn't want us looking around in there.
You mean, like a clue?
There's got to be a way we can get inside the chief's office. Hey, we're back, just casually. No worries. Hey, pal. Detective Gumshoe, are you supposed to be in a meeting? I'm, just taking a breather. My feet hurt.
From sitting so long?
Actually, from serving everyone coffee. Sounds like Detective Gumshoe's still out of the loop. Say, have either of you seen Mr. Edgeworth? Edgeworth? No. Why? Why do you ask? He's under fire from both the police department and the prosecutor's office. It's almost like the battles between you two in court. You mean there's sexual tension? I mean, who said that? Who said that? That sounds serious.
Is it because of what my sister said?
That's basically what it all boils down to. That falsified evidence 2 years ago. Now Mr. Edgeworth has the whole world after his blood.
Yikes.
But why would Edgeworth be blamed? It wasn't like he knew the evidence was forged. They're gonna blame him because they're like, oh, you should have, like, done your due diligence and looked into it or some shit like that. Lana Skye is the guilty party here, isn't she? No offense, sorry. Regardless, a prosecutor is responsible for the evidence they present in court. Not only that, but as you know, there have been a lot of rumors going around about Mr. Edgeworth. His amazing talent as a prosecutor has kept him safe from those who don't like him. But now with this,
Are there really so many people who hate him?
not me. If Miles Edgeworth has no fans, me and Gumshoe are dead. But he's young. There's no better recipe to know of for making enemies. Hey Dick, keep up the good work. Yes, sir. Let's go out. Let's go out for lunch again sometime. My treat. Yes, sir. You gotta take me back to that joint sometime, okay, Dick? Yes, sir. Seems you don't have any problems with enemies. He's just a little guy, despite being very much a big guy. He's a little guy in spirit, okay? Yeah, well, I'm careful not to stick out. Anyway, I'm a bit worried about him. Under all this pressure, I'm afraid Mr. Edgeworth just might crack. Bro's gonna have a panic attack or an anxiety attack or something. SL9 incident. Actually, I took a look at the file earlier while the coffee was brewing. He seems genuinely concerned for Edgeworth. Yeah, man, he's his biggest #1 fan. Well, did you find anything out about? Find out anything? The only evidence Doc left behind was during his final attack. His final attack? You mean when he killed Prosecutor Marshall, who was just trying to protect some girl?
Me.
It seems Detective Gumshoe never realized Emma was the girl. That's when he left the most incriminating evidence of all.
Well, what was it?
Oh, let's see. I think it had something to do with the murder weapon. Oh, I forget. Look, it's all written somewhere in here, okay? His powers of recollection never failed to impress.
Maybe we should show him the murder weapon. It might jog his memory.
No, I don't want to expect it. I wanted to show it to him. About this. Hey, is that... It has a tag attached to it with the label SL9 incident on it. I believe this would be the broken murder weapon you were speaking of. What are you doing with that? Ever since that case was closed, that knife's been locked away in a locker.
On the day Detective Goodman was murdered, this suddenly disappeared from the locker. And was found in Mr. Edgeworth's car muffler.
That's it. Now I remember what that incriminating piece of evidence was. When you showed me that knife, it all came back to me.
Well, what is it, Detective? Quick, before you forget it again.
Joe Doc was 42 at the time. He looked a lot older. At the time of the crime, he was just your run-of-the-mill businessman.
A businessman? What made him take to serial killing?
One day on his way home from work, he hit someone with his car.
With his car? So it was an accident?
An accident, yes, but it transformed him into an animal.
An animal?
He killed a man that witnessed the accident. Then he killed a lady. Oh, damn. A kid walked by just then, so he killed him too. And then when a jogger came up upon the scene and was killed as well, finally he turned himself in. Huh? He killed two, then when he was burying the bodies, a jogger came up to the scene and was killed as well. Finally he turned himself in. Jeez. Seems like he was a pretty careless animal. I suppose so, yeah. Of course, this is all conjecture. There wasn't a single shred of evidence. Because of course there wasn't. Why would there be? So he turned himself in. Yeah, but in the middle of his questioning, he fled and murdered his final victim. Prosecutor Marshall. That crime was witnessed by someone too, but luckily Dark was arrested on the spot. It's a good thing that last witness wasn't killed. That last witness, aka Emma. Murder weapon? This knife, it was Joe Dark's, wasn't it? That's right. We traced it back to the store he bought it from. Sorry, bought it at. Plus, it had his fingerprints on it too.
But no one actually witnessed him using it to murder anyone, right?
That's where his luck ran out. When you take a good look at the knife, you'll see it's broken.
You don't have to take a good look to notice that.
Yeah, well, anyways. Take a guess where the broken off tip of the knife was found. That's what did him in.
Where was it?
The victim, Neil Marshall, was carrying it inside his own body. It was found deep inside the stab wound.
Did it match Dark's knife?
To a T, pal. You bet. Down to the last fiber.
That's pretty conclusive.
Neil's autopsy report. Added to the court record. Well, there you have it, in a nutshell. That's all I know.
Can I ask you one more thing?
What is it? If you need money, you should ask Chief Gant.
It's not money, but it does concern the chief. His office is a crime scene, isn't it?
Or sorry, yeah, I'm just gonna say, isn't it? Right?
It's where Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered. The chief's out now and his office is locked, but we'd like to have a look around if that's okay.
Well, any detective's ID card can unlock the door.
What? Really?
But if I let a civilian in there, I'd be charged with breach of trust.
Breach of trust?
Simply put, I'd be caned.
Oh.
Sorry, pal. I don't plan on getting fired because of you.
How about this ID card? It was Detective Goodman's.
That won't work either. The data was deleted the day he died.
Oh.
So in other words, Gumshoe is our only chance of getting into that office.
I wonder if there's something we could show him that would make him change his mind.
Hold on. Okay, sorry, I had to switch the method I used to pull myself off. Now instead of the washcloth that's frozen, we have a frozen water bottle. Hopefully that does me some sort of good for a little bit at least. Okay, we have to show him something. What do we need to show him? Show him something and he'll let us in. What about this picture? Are you gonna tell me that this doesn't matter? Sheesh. What is this? I've been studying up on those files. There's nothing wrong with Mr. Edgeworth's... what? Presentation. To think people are accusing him of injustice. I for one ain't buying it, pal, cause you're the #1 Edgeworth stan, bro.
You're looking into the case for Mr. Edgeworth?
Yeah. It was a pretty big deal while it was going on, you know. Yeah. After all, a serial killer was on the loose. Is that true? It is true.
Alana was pretty clear in her confession. She forged evidence in order to prove Joe Dark guilty.
Oh, this.
About that jar. I've seen it before somewhere.
Somewhere? Or maybe it's one of those memories people have from their previous lives. I don't think so. But call it how you will.
This must be the most uninformative detective I've ever met. Something about it makes me feel uneasy.
Probably because it's covered in blood, but you know, that's just me. What do I know? It's like I'm in the chief's office, and he's yelling at me. Chief Gant? Where could I have seen that before? Oh, you know, just at the scene of the crime. Can I show this to him now? Damn it. What can I show you? Damn it. I've been banned from Dave & Buster's. If you don't have a clue, keep your trap shut. Listen, I'm just trying to see what I need to show you, man. Stop being mean to me. Goodman's lost item report, evidence room plans. Huh. Damn, dude. I guess maybe I just don't have what I need to show him right now. Maybe do we go somewhere else? I guess let's go somewhere else. No, not examine. But hi Blue Badger. Let's go. I guess we'll go back to the Criminal Underground Park. See if we can go say hi to my Pookie Bear, Miles Edgeworth, if he's out of his goddamn meeting. February 24th, High Prosecutor's Office, room 1202. I wonder if Edgeworth is back yet.
There he is. It looks like he's writing something.
What are you doing here? 1 second. He sure was quick to throw that paper on the floor. Don't worry, Gumshoe will pick it up later. Actually, I wouldn't expect anything else. Damn, that's a posh office. I don't know if that's Tim Miles' office or... I'm assuming so. Were you not here when we went here last time? Or unless you were talking about Gant's office. But I don't think you were. I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure I looked over here before that message was sent when we were in there. Tough day in court, huh? He's like crying on the inside. He's like, shut up. Right. I've had to live the past 2 years with rumors flying around. Except you didn't know that they were true. What's another allegation to me? I guess so. I'm playing Cookie Run whilst watching stream. Fair enough.
Cheer up, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm rooting for you.
That's Edgeworth for you. Always trying to hide his real feelings. Hey man, let him live. He's a tsundere, he can't help it.
So, what do you want? Unlike some people, I don't have all day.
Forged evidence.
There's no excuse for what I've done. 2 years ago, I used false evidence to obtain a guilty verdict.
Sorry, I don't know. My voice for Edgeworth is not Edgeworthing today. I do apologize.
That's what it all breaks down to. Nothing I can do to erase that fact.
But you didn't know, did you? Be honest, Pookie.
I mean, that the evidence was falsified? The police department and the prosecutor's office share a bond of trust. If that bond is broken, we stand to lose everything. The police department's error is my error. My responsibility as the prosecutor in charge.
It's... I don't know. I guess.
The fact remains the same no matter what excuses I might have. Mr. Edgeworth.
Me and Emma, we're twins.
I take pride in my work. So tell me why. Why has it all come to this?
Just to cause you strife. Listen, they did say you have a lot of enemies, Miles Edgeworth, you know? Even Edgeworth can't keep this kind of emotion bottled up. Tomorrow's trial. What are we thinking? Are you up for the trial tomorrow? I mean, he gonna have to be. Do you think they're gonna replace him? Or they're just gonna be like, alright, well, do better this time, I guess.
First, last year's trial, and now this one. It seems all you do is worry about me.
You know I care about you, Pookie. Sorry, I'm delusional. I can't help it.
To be honest, you're getting on my nerves. But Mr. Edgeworth, you can't just walk out on the trial. Tomorrow is the last day. It's too late to change prosecutors. I'll bet that's what my superiors are banking on. I never thought that case would come back to haunt me like this.
What do you mean?
The list of evidence, it seems too short. Most lists run twice as long.
It's only half as long as most lists? That is odd.
After Neil Marshall was murdered, I became prosecutor for that case. I may not have been part of the investigation, but I knew what I had to do. Use the evidence I was given to prove the suspect guilty. That was really the only thing on my mind at the time. Say, we just saw a picture taken around that time.
That picture... That picture seems... something seems strange about it. So many things seem strange about it. Let's see. The day of the crime. Could you tell us again about what happened that day? Well, you know, it happened. It was like any other day. The day Detective Goodman was murdered? Bro, let my man just have like a normal career.
You were participating in the ceremony over at the station, right? I've never cared for ceremonies, but I had to attend that one. Because you were awarded this? Those receiving awards can't exactly skip out on the ceremony. I finished up at the office in the morning, then drove over to the police department.
You finished up at the office?
Yes, just odds and ends. Clerical stuff. I didn't plan on returning to the office that day. That is, until I was asked to take something back.
Take something back?
This.
Yeah, I know. I have that. Oh yeah, Chief Gann asked you to hold on to that, didn't he?
Yes. It was a piece of evidence in a case that was closed half a year ago. He asked me to bring it back to the prosecutor's office.
Bro, he did that so your car would be here. Bro, he's a snake. He's a snake.
That's the story we heard yesterday. So you came back here because the prosecutor's to the prosecutor's office because the chief asked you to?
Apparently.
That's right.
I'm right. Oh god. Do we present anything? What do you think about this knife? Don't glare at me.
Right, please. I'm the prosecutor on this case. You don't expect me to sit here and discuss the case with you over a cup of tea.
I mean, we could call it a date. I'll pass on the tea. Just tell me about the case.
Mr. Wright, Mr. Edwards just told you no in a very stylish manner.
Whose side are you on anyways? Maybe if I just show him my best evidence, I can get some reaction out of him? What do you think about this vase? What do you think about this photo? This picture was hanging on the wall in Chief Gant's office.
Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He had just started making a name for himself. Looks like this.
Wait, oh, wait. Wait, it's always been broken. But there's a sword. There was a sword on it. Now there's not. Where's the sword? Hey, look back at, yeah, look, there's no sword on here. What the fuck, man?
Looks like this was taken when he received the King of Prosecutors trophy.
Speaking of that, there's something that bothers me. Go ahead, speak your truth, Emma.
Yes. The trophy Mr. Marshall is holding. It's a little different than yours. Yes, you're right. I remember now.
Remember what?
That was the official prosecutor's trophy. That's what the official prosecutor's trophy looked like up until 2 years ago. There's a story behind its design.
A story? Sounds interesting. Would you mind telling it to us?
It's simple, really. Contradiction. That's what the award's based on.
Okay. Damn. Oops, no. Did I show him this? Alright, well, he didn't want to hear about it anyways. I'm sorry, Emma. I'm just asking him questions, man. What do we count as, like, the important pieces of evidence? Is there anything good in this room? What the fuck is that? What the fuck? That was not here before. And it's so obvious. It doesn't look like everything else. It's like, the outline on it's a little too noticeable. I wonder what he was writing before.
Come on, Mr. Wright. Let's take a look. Are you crazy? Edgeworth is sitting right there. Just distract him. I'll check it out.
Hey, Edgeworth. Do you want to go on a business brunch? Is that Detective Gumshoe out the window there? Oh no, he's falling to the ground.
Hold on. First, let me see what this girl's... Hold on. First, let me see what this girl's doing crawling around my feet.
He didn't even look. Sorry.
What? Letter of... If you're having trouble reading, I'll read it for you. It says letter of resignation.
Resignation? Edgeworth, you don't mean...
I'm tired, right? I feel as if something inside me has died.
But Mr. Edgeworth, none of it is your fault.
I know the path I've walked. You don't need to tell me.
Listen, but if you stop being a prosecutor, I'll quit being a defense attorney. Don't even test me, brother. Don't even test me. You know, I only did this so I could see my Pookie Bear. That's canon. That's canon. That's not even me projecting. That's canon.
I know the path I've walked. You don't need to tell me. And the path I've walked hasn't been just one. I can't forgive myself for what I've done. And no one else should forgive me either.
Uh-oh, I think he's serious.
Mr. Wright, please, you have to do something. This letter of resignation. I wonder if I can use it for anything.
Pookie 5000, is there anything else? Oh yeah, which...
This award originates from an ancient Chinese tale. In Chinese, the word contradiction is written with two characters. The first means halberd, and the second means shield. Have you heard this story?
You know damn well I haven't heard this story, so why are you even acting like I could have?
Me?
Sure. Everyone knows that, but why don't you tell it, though, for Emma's sake?
Very well.
Yeah, for Emma's sake, truly.
Long ago, in the ancient in the kingdom of Chu, there was an arms merchant. One day he presented the king with two items. The first was a halberd he claimed could slice through any shield or armor. The second was a shield he claimed could withstand any weapon.
Wait a minute. Those claims contradict each other.
Very perceptive. But again, you've heard this story before, right? Anyway, as you mentioned, the very description of these items discredit them both. The king pointed this out, and the merchant was left speechless. And thus the Chinese word for contradiction was born. Oh, I see. So the chipped shield and the broken knife symbolize... Precisely so. They symbolize the merchant's items. The ancient tale ends with the merchant at a loss for words. But it's in our nature to pursue matters to their conclusions, even if it results in something as ugly as this.
Wow, thanks, Mr. Edgeworth. I learned something new today. See, you're welcome, Emma, that I had him tell that story for you and definitely not for me. That's funny. If that's so, then why were you only given a shield? You'll have to ask Chief Gant. 2 years ago, he had the halberd part of the award abolished. Chief Gant. I should have went the other way, but I'm dumb. They say where there's smoke, there's fire. Apparently, I was so caught up in the smoke, I lost sight of the truth. Edgeworth. The others were right. I have no right to serve as a prosecutor. Hey man, you can come work with me as a defense attorney at my office. Teehee.
But, Mr. Edgeworth, you were only doing your job.
And it was your first case, wasn't it? Like, God forbid you listen to your superiors. And like, if you didn't, they would have been like, what the Sigma? Aw, dang it. Aw, dang it. Sorry, I'm trying to balance this water bottle. Yeah, you were only doing your job. I've always made my own decisions about what I can or cannot do. That hasn't changed. Forgiving myself is something I cannot do. Bro needs some serious therapy, respectfully. Uh-oh, I think he's serious.
Mr. Wright, please, you have to do something.
This letter of resignation. I wonder if I could use it for anything. Oh, if I show it to Gumshoe and I'm like, look it, your Pookie Bear, if I don't solve this, he's gonna resign. You have to let me in. And we all know... I dropped the water. We all know Gumshoe doesn't want to live in a world without Edgeworth. That's just facts. That's the facts and the evidence of the case. Excuse me. Oh, it's you. Would either of you care for a quarter pound of roast beef? What? Why? Miss Star. I guess she's out of lunches. Did you sell out or what is this?
You certainly are the curious sort, aren't you? Kind of like the first person who sucked a cow's nipple to discover milk.
I'm sorry. What? I don't think that's what happened. I think, cows existed, and obviously if they were having babies, the babies are nursing from the cow. And I think they could put two to two together. Like, baby suck on woman titty for milk. Baby cow suck on cow titty for milk. I wonder if we could drink cow titty milk. At least that's how I imagine it.
Still, I never thought you'd go digging up that case from 2 years ago.
Everyone in this trial was involved in the SL9 incident. Not only that, but the murder occurred on the very day the evidence from that case was due for transferal. This can't all be attributed to mere coincidence.
Aren't you forgetting something? You know that little screen I happened to witness?
Sorry, scene. Why can't I read today? Like, I know I often can't read, but this is extreme. The instant Lana stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. Yeah, I know about it. Also, I'm leaning back in my chair, so if I sound farther away, I'm sorry.
No matter how much of the past you dig up, it won't change what I saw.
I think it will, though.
Roast beef is meant to be savored when eaten.
What are you talking about? What's bro yapping about? Miss Star's hatred towards Lana.
It all dates back to 2 years ago. Joe Dark. That's a name I'll not soon forget.
Right.
We trailed him for half a year. Oh, the pressure. Still, I don't think I was ever more alive than I was then. Those days were steamier than a bowl of hot gravy. Poor old Jake Marshall though, must have been going through hell.
You mean because of his brother's death?
They were close, those two. After Neil died, something took over Jake. He became obsessed. Seeing Jake like that made her all the more desperate.
Her?
Lana Skye. My sister? The best of the best were put on that SL9 case. Of course, they were led by that legendary duo. Lana and Chief Gant. Oh, Emma. That legendary pair was the reason we were able to keep up our investigation. That's why we were so shocked over how it turned out.
You mean with the forging of the evidence?
Don't get me wrong, Joe Dark got what he deserved. Still, it was obvious the evidence produced in court was being manipulated.
Yeah. So what do you recommend the solution was? Just let him go on till he murdered again? I mean, like, I don't agree with forging evidence, but, like, you know, sometimes, you know, choices just gotta be made or something like that.
Items our team never found would suddenly appear, while other items were kept secret. But you don't have proof anything illegal was done. I'm proof enough of what happened. After that case, all of us save Goodman were relieved of our duties, most without even so much as an explanation. Then Lana Skye transferred to the prosecutor's office and became chief prosecutor. Lana always wanted to be a prosecutor. Nothing's quite as simple as it appears. Huh? Lana Skye was merely used as a pawn. That's my take on the matter.
She was being used? Don't act so surprised. We know exactly by who.
Damon Gant and Lana Skye. Gant led the investigation with Lana in second command. They were the best. They solved all kinds of cases together, didn't they?
They did.
Damon Gant's magnetism in particular
was almost unreal. Listen, I know. He used it to manipulate people all the time. Me. His magnetism? You know, how he's a magnet. He's literally attracting metal all the time.
By that, I mean his ability to attract evidence. He'd produced the most incredible evidence in the cases he handled.
Incredible evidence? You mean forged evidence?
Oh, yes. There were rumors about him even back then.
And yet, here he is, till this very day.
No one dared confront him.
I take it she's talking about the forged evidence.
Back then, everyone looked up to Lana. All the detectives wanted to be like her. Really? Oh, yes. Myself included. I was a fool, really. She hated anything crooked and always watched out for the other detectives. That's why she was so concerned for Jake.
Objection!
Wow.
Hello, Ken. That scared me. Bro, we haven't even hit the actual trial yet. I'm like, can these people stop yapping so damn much?
Mr. Marshall. When Jake's brother was murdered, she felt as if she'd lost her own brother.
Well, that's nice at least, I think.
If it wasn't for her, I don't think Jake would ever have recovered from his shock. That's what makes it all the more infuriating. Miss Starr. That's why I'll never be able to forgive her. Why does she have to turn so cold after that?
Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office 2 years ago, didn't she?
Yes, thanks to Chief Gant's powerful influence. Chief. That's right. Having solved the SL9 case, his position as chief was secured. There was only one thing left for him to control.
The prosecutor's office as well.
And no one could stand in his way. The prosecutor's office.
I was right.
What? You mean that's why Lana was transferred?
I don't know, man. Phoenix seems surprised, but honestly, I feel like that makes sense to me.
If he could control the chief prosecutor, he could control the prosecutor's office. That must have been his goal all along.
But how could he control Lana? Listen, if he knew she forged the evidence, he was probably holding that over her head. Wait, did I actually read that? I don't think I did.
I don't know, but one thing's for sure. Ever since that case ended, she's never been the same. It's only logical to conclude there must have been a reason for her change.
At last. I'm finally getting close to the bottom of this ugly mess. Are we, though? I feel like we're nowhere near close, but I don't think that's true. Thank you, Miss Starr.
You listen to me, rookie. It takes more than just ingredients to create fine cuisine. I hope you turn out to be a better chef than I've been.
Is that it? That kind of sounds like it was like a final statement, and we don't have anything more from her. Unless let me see. Is there anything that I need to show her? I don't think so. I don't know. That sounds pretty final. Let's move and see if there's like other things we can do. We could always come back. Should we go back to the detention center to see Lana? Oh no. We have that. We were gonna go to the police department because we have that thing to show Gumshoe. We can be like, look, Edgeworth's gonna retire, and it's your fault. Sorry, resign, not even retire. Oh, you back? You're still here? Damn, bro, he really said, you still have a job? I gotta make 150 copies of these files. Brewing coffee, copying files. I'm turning into a regular DJ.
You're a DJ as well?
If I'm not mistaken, I think he means desk jockey.
Oh, that DJ.
Listen, I didn't know what he was talking about either. Don't worry, Emma. I was like, huh? Huh? I gotta admire your persistency, but my answer's still no. Not when you see that shit. Not when you learn what we know. I'm not letting you into the chief's office, period. It'd be my neck on the line.
That office is the last crime scene in the SL9 incident. Let me in. I'm so sorry. There's got to be something we can do to make the detective change his mind. Sorry, I keep like stopping and pausing. I'm constantly like jury rigging this water bottle onto different parts of myself. And it's rough, man. It's rough. No, not talk. Present. Yeah, what do you think about this? What's this crumpled up piece of paper? No way! Mr. Edgeworth can't be serious. Unfortunately, he's very much serious. Is he ever not serious? I can't believe they pushed him this far. They have. I hurt you. Mr. Edgeworth feels responsible. When he shouldn't, man. He was just dealt a shit hand. He's like, I should have, you know, blah, blah, blah. It's my fault. No. Don't say that. When I first met him, I thought he was cold as ice, too. I mean, he is, but not like that. I mean, not always. But I know different now. He trusted us detectives to provide him with sound evidence. But we just betrayed him. Detective. That's it. I've made up my mind. But... Here, take my ID card. I can't do that. If someone found out... They wouldn't let you off the hook with another lost item report. Look at me. It's no secret I'm already out of the loop. After all, I'm friends with Mr. Edgeworth. Depending on how this case turns out, I may already be as good as terminated. What? So at least, let me do this. For Mr. Edgeworth's sake. Alright, detective. Thank you. Don't worry, Gumshoe. We're gonna work this out. Here goes, Mr. Wright. We're in. If anyone finds us here now... Detective Gumshoe's a goner. If that happens, I'm counting on you to bail me out. Ugh. Emma. I'm sorry, I thought you were a ghost. I don't even know how you could slap a ghost. Detective Gumshoe. What are you doing sneaking up on us like that? I wasn't sneaking. I was just worried something might go wrong. So I came too. If you're here, then what was the point of giving us your ID card? Gumshoe's ID crushed and rendered unusable in pocket. Hey, don't do that to my card. I hardly ever get a chance to come in here. I mean, welcome in, I guess. This might be your first and last, Pookie Bear. So I figured I'd have to look around myself. Besides, we're all in this together now. You really do want to get fired, don't you? Not if we're lucky.
Now come on, let's see what we can find out. Got a bad feeling about this. Okay, what should we look at first? This is obviously Lana's old side. Look at that giant window. Makes you want to crash through it and jump outside. This is the 15th floor. I know, I was just saying. Saying what? Ever since making detective, I've always dreamed about doing something like that.
Note to self, Detective Gumshoe has a lot of dreams.
I guess. So long as he doesn't go crashing through that window, I think we're good. Listen, I'm not trying to see my Pookie just splat on the ground like that. When he gets fired, not the when he gets fired. Damn, bro.
Don't say that.
Oh no, I did not mean to click that in. Oh yeah, my phone's under here. Oopsies, get out of the way. So long as he doesn't go crashing through that window. Yeah. When he gets fired. He really said, Gumshoe, don't kill yourself. You're so sexy. Ah, ha, ha. Okay. Shelf. These shelves are mostly empty. Lana must have cleaned them out when she transferred over to the prosecutor's office. There's a small picture frame on the left shelf.
Hey, this is when Lana and I went to the theme park.
It's a picture of a flower, though. This was Lana's desk. Sure is tidy. Well, I mean, there's nobody working in it, so yeah. It's weird that he still has it in here and just hasn't taken over the whole thing. Gumshoe, you are not Ryuki. You can't just jump out of the window. Listen, Ryuki surely is the wildest guy I know. That's not true. He's not the wild. He's wild, but not, I don't know if the wildest is accurate.
Lana's always been a meticulous cleaner. There's not even any dust on it. Looks like someone's still keeping it clean.
Does Lana ever come back here? No. Chief Gant must still keep it clean in memory of their partnership. They were the stuff legends are made of. Does he keep it in memory of her or in memory of the crime?
This was taken on that day 2 years ago.
The day Joe Dark ran out of the questioning room and tried to kill Emma.
Emma!
After receiving his award trophy, Mr. Marshall took a picture here. Then went along with Chief Grant to question Dark. I bet he never knew he'd be dead just a few hours later. Gee, you think? The Chief's organ sure is a sight to behold. Occasionally we hear him playing it from the Criminal Affairs Department. That's on the 2nd floor, and this is the 15th floor. Of an entirely different building. When a detective screws up, the chief calls them to his office, then makes them listen to the organ for hours.
What's so bad about that? Music soothes the soul.
I mean, I don't know, man. It's probably loud as hell. After that, the detective can't hear anything for days except the ringing in their ears. So it's an instrument of punishment, literally.
But aren't the chief's ears affected?
No, he probably wears earplugs or something. He never listens to anyone anyways. That's besides the point. Like, the ego you must have to have this just installed into your freaking office.
Wow, look at the size of Chief Gant's desk.
Speaking of that, when we were here earlier... Oh, it's you two.
Chief Gant.
He put that paper he was reading in his desk. That looks like the evidence list. I wonder what he was reading. This looks like a list of evidence.
A list of evidence?
In most cases, the list runs twice as long as this, though.
Hey, look at the case name.
What's the case name? Is it this one? Huh? SL9 incident. I wonder what this is doing here. Hold on, detective. What did you just say? I said, I wonder what... No, before that. No, about evidence lists. Normally they're twice as long. That's right. I guess there wasn't a lot of evidence. A half-sized list of evidence. The list of evidence, it seems, too short. Most lists run twice as long. What would the other half of the list be doing here?
I knew it. The chief must be hiding something about that case.
It would appear so. Girl, I swear to God, if we turn around and he's here, I'm gonna shit and cry. Okay, we got an evidence list. Was ripped in half, so this part is all I've got. I haven't a clue what's going on here, but I'll act like I do. Believe it. Okay, let's look at the... Can we look at the phone? Wow. Okay, no. It's just the desk. It's... oops, all desk. My fault. Found this inside the drawer. This is the real deal, isn't it? This armor and these weapons? Sure is, pal. The chief doesn't care for imitations. First the pipe organ, now this armor? Do you know how many taxpayer dollars must have gone into this room?
What? You mean we're paying for this? That's it. I'm not paying 1 cent of my taxes.
You don't have any taxes to pay. Oh my god, not Emma committing tax evasion. Shh, be careful what you say. Who knows? The chief may be hiding in this armor as we speak. I don't think he'd fit in there. Even if he did, he'd never be able to get back out. Cut it out. You guys don't know how scary that guy can be. This is a safe, isn't it? Safe. That word is ripe with intrigue. Okay, if you say so.
It looks like a code needs to be entered in this panel to open it.
Emma, just like me, for real. Committing tax evasion or being a minor, not having taxes. Input number. A 7-digit number. I think I just might know what it is. I feel like I'm playing Somnium Files right now. Like, what do you mean I think I know what it is?
A 7-digit number. Didn't we see one of those somewhere?
Did we? Both. Hey, yo. Your FBI agent is listening, and you don't even have an FBI agent because you're British. Somehow, whatever the British form of the FBI is listening.
Didn't we see one of those somewhere?
Oh. Wait, is it? Let's try. FBI, fucking British, innit? Do you know what it is? I have a hunch. Oh, I know. You want to try my birth date? It's... I have a better idea. Here goes nothing. Are we gonna fingerprint it? We should have fingerprinted it. Yippee! I was right! Listen, it was the only thing I could think of. It's a seven-digit code, all sevens. Bingo. What a terrible password for a safe. Like, actually, terrible. Like, your ID number... I knew that was his ID number, first of all. But, like, your ID number... That's what you're gonna make your password on your safe? No, Edgeworth is not in jail yet. But he is in his office, contemplating resigning from being a prosecutor.
What number did you enter?
Whose birthday was that, pal? 7777777. The final ID card number on that record.
What?
The number of the mysterious executive officer who entered the room that day. You mean 7777777? That ID number? I think you're 17 shy this time. This can only mean one thing. That's not detective. That's Chief Gant's ID number.
Say, anyone care to look inside?
Oh, you know I'm looking inside, baby. I'm nosy. You know I gotta get in there.
Let me in, please. It's been 2 minutes.
Is there any money in there? How much does he have stashed away?
Look, it's,
I bet you it's... Yes! I knew it. A shard from Broken Cup. This somehow looks familiar. Where have I seen this before?
There's something else in here, too.
What's this? Looks like a piece of leather cloth. It's got a whole hand on there.
This is a handprint, isn't it?
Girl, can we, like, take this stuff and, like, leave? Please, I'm begging you. Oh, sorry. What did it say? Hey, I saw someone wearing a shirt like that once. Sorry, the screen's very small. You think the chief made up the design? No, I think he stole this.
I don't think so.
Oh. Well, it was just a thought. Well, it was just a theory, pal. A game theory. God damn it, I need to stop skipping text. What did you say, Emma?
Is that it? This is all that was in the safe?
Apparently so. It's empty now. A piece of cloth with a handprint on it. And a broken shard from a cup.
They look like pieces of evidence.
Yeah, but unless you can prove they have something to do with the case, I'm afraid I can't just let you take them. After all, it's my neck on the line here. Great, now I have to prove their relevance to get them. Well, I already have one of them. How are these two items related to the SL9 incident?
Come on, there's gotta be something we can show the detective.
I have something. First of all, this. Detective Gumshoe, could you have another look at this jar? I remember when the three of us put that back together. Ah, those were the days. It's kind of early to be nostalgic.
Wasn't this jar a piece of evidence from that case?
That's right. One of the shards had an SL9 incident sticker on it.
Doesn't this ring any bells?
You know, that fragment we just found? You mean this one? That was in the safe? Yes. Yes, that one. Yeah, the girl reading this, the one we just found.
Yes, that one. That was in the safe.
Now that you mention it, it's ringing a lot of bells. Let's see if it fits. Assemble. Here, let me see that shard. I'll take a crack at this. Go ahead, pal. Show us what a rookie can do.
Mr. Wright, here's some glue.
If I can piece this together again, it'll prove Chief Gant was knowingly hiding evidence. Here goes. What the fuck? What is that? There, it fits like a charm. That, of course, means... Can I have this Detective Gumshoe? Chief Gant willingly and knowingly hid a piece of this jar in his safe. In other words, he concealed a piece of evidence from the SL9 incident. But... Hey guys, get a load of this. What is it? This piece you just attached. It's different from the others.
There's a reddish line on it.
A reddish line. That's blood. I don't get it. Why would Chief Gan hide this in his safe? And then the cloth. I don't know. What would be the other one? The cloth? Is it possible to... Oh yeah, can we fingerprint it? Detective Gumshoe, I'd like you to have a look at this. What is it? Hey, I know what that is. So you want to take some fingerprints? Yes, I do.
That's a great idea, Detective.
Alright, go to town. Sheesh. What are you doing? Why are you sticking out your hand like that? Why are you sticking out your gyat for the Rizzler? I'm sorry. I'm sorry, class. Go ahead, take my fingerprints.
It's not your fingerprints we want to take.
Huh? Come on, this isn't the time for jokes. We're talking about that cloth we found in the safe. Every time he does that sprite, he looks like a kicked puppy. Oh, I knew that. That one with the handprint on it, right? Sheesh. Where's your sense of humor? Gyachu, I'll take my leave.
Okay, Mr. Wright, let's check for prints. Sprinkle the powder on the cloth. Then, once they've absorbed it into the prints, blow the rest away.
What are you, my mom? I don't have to be told a million times. Yeah, it's not my first rodeo, Emma. Alright, let's get this over with. Okay, this one looks the most developed. The most clear, not developed. What the fuck? Okay, we gotta make it solid. Cover it up. There we go. All right. Wait. Emma, these are your fingerprints. Emma, when we find out they're her fingerprints, she's like, huh? Match found. Ooh, I tapped the mic. No. How can this be? What are Emma's fingerprints doing here?
Hey, you found a match? Whose fingerprints were they?
Huh? Oh, it seems the prints are too old.
They aren't clear enough to get a match. Oh, sorry. They aren't clear enough to get a match. Emma killed a cop and framed her sister? No. Aw, that's too bad. I thought they'd be Dark's prints. Psst. Hey, you. Over there. What's going on here? What are that kid's prints doing inside the chief's safe? Don't ask me. Let's just keep this information from Emma for now. Here. Maybe you should hold on to this. It's weird that a piece of cloth can hold, like, fingerprints. That desk on the other side of the room. Was that your sister's? Listen, I'm just saying, Lana's a lot more classy. Keep it classy. Yes, that's what I was waiting, that's where I was waiting for Lana. On that day 2 years ago. Damn. It's rough out here. Is anyone using it now? No, sir. This is entirely Chief Gant's office now. He practices a strict policy of preserving the crime scene. That's a strange reason to leave it here. He leaves it as a warning to anyone else. He wants us to always be alert. He told us so himself at our New Year's party. Of course, he was pretty intoxicated at the time. I see. So ever since Lana left, no one ever touches that desk? No one except Chief Gant and the cleaning lady who's in here each morning. Still, 2 years have passed since that incident. There can't possibly be any clues remaining. Ugh. Can I? Oh, Gumshoe, you want to ask me something? Can I ask you something?
I suppose so. What's up?
Sure.
You only came here to look because, to look around. Oh my god, I need to stop punching my microphone. Rah! You only came here to look around, right? Because it's one of the SL9 crime scenes? I mean, that's your only reason for coming here, isn't it? Why do you ask? You don't think... Nah, you wouldn't be... No... I wouldn't be what? Sussing out the chief? Because 100% I am. No, there's no way. Never mind. Don't worry about it. No, now I'm worrying about it. Okay, now then, let's look around a bit more. Hey, hold on. Not so fast, buddy. Huh? What is it? When someone tells you don't worry about it, it's supposed to start bothering you, pal. You don't just let it go at that. Sorry. This guy's starting to get on my nerves. God. ASMR bottle crinkle. Sorry. Okay, so what's bothering you? You two don't think... Chief Gant might be a suspect, do you? 100%.
What? He's right, Mr. Wright. What do we think of him?
Chief Gant. So it's finally come to this. Chief Gant, I know what you're... I know you're sussy. I know you're sussy. Don't try to deny it. What do I think of him? I'll tell you right now. I'll tell you right now what I think of him. I think he's a piece of shit. Perhaps it's best I don't divulge my feelings yet. There you go, ignoring me again. No, I would never ignore you, Detective Gumshoe. I'm just going over the thoughts in my head, man. You know how it is. Well, was I any help? Of course. Thanks to your ID card, we were able to get some hard evidence. Oh, oh, dang it. Oh, dang it. Now, that's not very kind, is it? In other words, if it wasn't for his ID card, he would have been useless. Isn't that right? You in the coat. Eek! Chief Grant. Gant. I always want to say, his name is Damon Gant, and I hate that, because I want to say, like, Damian Grant. Like, can you add those 2 extra letters, please? It'll make my life very better. Very much better, yes. We didn't think you'd be back so soon. Fortunately, I'm a man who believes in signs. As I was walking to my meeting, I happened to look out a window and saw a stray dog run right into a pole. Just then, I thought of a certain detective. Do you mean me, sir? Listen, he's kind of right, though. Now then, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you all to leave.
Yes, sir. Sorry.
Oh, you in the coat? Me, sir? Drop off your ID on the way out. You won't be needing it anymore. But, sir... Now get out. Yes, sir. I wonder if it was an intentional reference. Wait, which thing? We'll be on our way too, then. Wait. You, the one without the spiky hair. Don't go yet.
Me, sir?
I'd like a word with you. She's a minor. You can talk. You can't talk to her. If you want to talk, oh god. If I hit my mic one more time, I'm just gonna I'm just gonna cry. Listen, it's not my fault. It is my fault, but it's not my fault. But yeah, you can't talk to her. She's a minor. She needs a lawyer or guardian present, and I'm her lawyer.
But sir, I'm not a licensed scientific investigator yet.
You with the spiky hair, you're free to go.
Mr. Wright.
You don't have to listen to him. He said he wants to work with you. You're not under arrest. You don't have to listen to him. What? Bruh. Is there someone named Damian Grant? I don't think so. It's just like, I don't know. God damn it. Get me away from this microphone. No, the only reason why I want to say Damian Grant is because, like, those are, like, actual more common names than Damon Gant. Gant. Like, I want to say Grant so bad. It makes me mad. Y'all. We're not even at the fucking trial yet. It's been 2 hours, and I'm having a heat stroke and dying. If I didn't title this stream, "Can we finish Ace Attorney?" I'd be like, all right, guys, we finished investigating, so I'm gonna go leave. But now I've made my bed, and now I've got to lie in it. So here we are. Look, pal, if I told you once, I've told you 1,000 times. The chief's office is off limits. But no, you just had to go sneaking in there like that, didn't you? I thought you said you didn't care anymore if you were fired. Yeah, but if I knew it'd be like this, I never would have said it. And now that I've seen the evidence Chief Gant was hiding in his office, I think I'm finally starting to get the picture. Don't worry, Gumshoe. When I get this bitch fired, you're gonna get your job back because he fired you because he was guilty. But why has she kept eerily silent about it all this time? Anyway, you listening to me? I'm gonna try to smooth things over with the chief again. Later, pal. After that, I heard from Emma. She said the police wanted to ask her some questions, so she'll be busy for the rest of the day.
I see. So the chief asked Emma to come in for questioning.
It's no use thinking about it. Tomorrow's the final day of court. I'm committed to doing everything I can to defend you, which is why I'm here. But I've already told you all I can. What you've told me over these past couple days is absolutely nothing. Not a single useful thing. I'm be so deadass.
Really? I believe I did mention something quite important. Something I told you right at the beginning. I said that I was the one who stabbed Detective Goodman.
Listen, I'm not gonna let you cover for this man's crimes! You know, I think I finally figured it out. I know who it is that's lurking behind your words.
Mia did a good job mentoring you. I'm rather jealous. It seems Edgeworth was right.
Edgeworth?
Once you're convinced you know something, no one can persuade you otherwise.
Listen, man, it's because I'm right.
Thick-headed is the term he used, I believe.
Now's my chance to get her to tell me the rest of the story. I have to admit, I was more than a little perplexed at first. You insisted you did it, yet there was no incriminating evidence. That's when it hit me. It's not that you're unwilling to tell the truth. It's that you're incapable of doing so because of a certain individual.
What an intriguing notion. A certain individual, you say? So you think I'm protecting this person?
Protecting? No, I think afraid of is more like it. If I'm not mistaken, the person in question may have persuaded you to silence.
For argument's sake, Mr. Wright, who, may I ask, is this person you're speaking of? The one I'm supposedly so frightened of?
What is this person's name, this man? Well, Miss Sky?
Mr. Wright, you are addressing the chief prosecutor.
I don't give a fuck what you are. Listen, if you're a damn criminal, you're going to jail. You're not going to be the chief prosecutor anymore, so I don't care.
Do not forget your place.
I take it she's still not ready to spill the beans.
My apologies. Could you please tell me a bit more about what you think you know?
Damon Gant.
We were partners until 2 years ago. I respect him as a detective.
Assuming he is respectable, then tell me something. Why would he try to hide his crimes?
His crimes?
Both you and Edgeworth will be brought before a board of inquiry for what you did. Specifically, hiding and forging evidence.
Of course, these are serious offenses.
Why is it, though, that Chief Gant's name was never mentioned?
Chief Gant?
Edgeworth didn't know the truth behind the forgery. And yet he's getting... He wasn't even in charge of... it makes me mad. It makes me mad. This game makes me mad sometimes. The only party who could have possibly tampered with the evidence was...
me. I had access because I was second in command to the that investigation.
Yes, you, but also one other. Damon Gant.
If you intend to accuse Chief Gant, you'll need more than just words. Show me proof that Chief Gant falsified evidence in that case.
You want proof of the Chief's wrongdoings? Here it is.
That evidence proves someone is doing something wrong, all right. But it's not the Chief.
Who would that be?
Why, you, of course.
Me?
Yes, you seriously believe what you're saying, don't you? Now that's scary. You seem to have the makings of a criminal in you. What with all your
I don't know how to say this word. Fallacious
accusations. Care to spend the night in the cell next to mine?
If you ask me, you're the scary one. I just found this in a safe in the chief's office. This jar piece and this piece of cloth. Do you know what these are? They're pieces of evidence from the SL9 incident. The person concealing evidence was none other than Chief Gant himself. Now tell me, why are you taking all the blame for him?
Touché, Mr. Wright. As you surmised, I cannot disobey the chief's orders, even if it means being found guilty for murder. Why not? Come now, Mr. Wright. You can't possibly expect me to be able to tell you that. 3 days ago, I had no choice but to cooperate.
In the murder of Detective Goodman.
Or perhaps I should say, follow orders. Yes, that's more accurate than cooperate. Although I can't tell you the details, I can say that I was given an order that day.
I need you to dispose of Bruce Goodman's body. You'll find it inside the trunk of Miles Edgeworth's car. Just as I suspected, bro, they got a lot of corruption going on in this fucking universe, which, very accurate to our own. Despite what everyone believes, you were not the one who murdered Detective Goodman.
Correct. I was trying to take the body out of Edward's car. The trunk's lock was broken, and I discovered that murder weapon while inspecting the body.
The murder weapon? You mean Edgeworth's knife?
No. When I found the body, this was the knife stuck in it.
The knife from the SL9 incident. Serial killer Joe Dark's knife.
I couldn't just leave that knife in him, so I took it out and stabbed him with another knife.
That would be Edgeworth's knife.
That's right. Even though he was already dead, my hands were shaking at the thought of stabbing him. That's why I ended up cutting my hand.
And that is the reason for the bandage on your right hand.
Yes. It seems that I got blood on the victim's shoes as well. And then she saw me just as I plunged the knife in.
Miss Starr, huh? Why did you need to hide Dark's knife so badly?
It took a lot of work to finally close the Dark case 2 years ago. It was over with. I didn't want it ever to be opened again. My intent was to prevent that by whatever means possible.
So you hid Dark's knife?
The weapon used to stab the detective was evidence in the Joe Dark case. If word got out, which it would, the reporters would have a field day with that.
So you wrapped the knife in your scarf and hid it. In Edgeworth's exhaust pipe.
Right. Then I called my sister to tell her what happened and ask her to hide the knife that was inside my muffler.
You asked Emma?
I didn't want anyone on the force to know about this.
That's crazy, bro. What? That would explain why Emma is so confident. About Lana's innocence.
Speaking of phone calls, I had a bad feeling about one of them that day.
A bad feeling?
The truth is, after I received those orders from Chief Gant, the first thing I did was make a phone call. A phone call to Patrolman Jake Marshall.
To Marshall? Why on earth would you call him?
The lead investigator for the SL9 incident had been murdered. I wanted that fact to be kept hidden. I needed help.
Right.
He was the only other person I could trust. Or at least, I thought I could trust him at the time. However, it seems that after I spoke to him, he went off on an escapade of his own.
I like because we're talking about him, his music's playing right now. His like little western theme, which is a banger, I won't lie.
Oh, you mean... not wanting the case to die, he decided to take things into his own hands. He disguised himself as Detective Goodman and tried to steal the evidence. He had already stolen the ID card, but it seemed he still hadn't made up his mind to break into the evidence room. After my phone call, any remaining doubts he had must have disappeared.
So your phone call caused the incident in the evidence room?
I'm afraid that's all I can tell you. But Lana, you've earned my respect, Mr. Wright, both as a defense attorney and an investigator.
Yippee! I'm just that guy.
Now please, don't pursue this any further in court tomorrow.
Tomorrow's trial. There's only one way to drive off Lana's demons. I've got to get to the bottom of everything. Detective Goodman's real murderer. And what went down in the chief's office 2 years ago. To be continued, even though we're continuing right now. Bow, bow, bow. Final day. Rah! Are you guys ready? It's probably going to be a wild trial, so hold on to your butts. This is the defendant lobby, alright? But there's no defendant. I've been trying to reach Lana all morning. Where could she be? I'm assuming still in holding. And where's Emma for that matter? It almost seems as if something's been happening behind the scenes. I knew it was you. I just had a feeling. Edgeworth. Knowing you, you've already figured it out. Who the owner of the 7777777 ID number is, that is. Well, I have a pretty strong hunch. Looks like I'm not the only one who's figured it out. You know, the only reason this trial didn't reach a verdict yesterday is because there was still room for doubt regarding this ID record. If that number does belong to whom you suspect, then no doubt will remain. After all, he hasn't been officially charged with anything. True. Not yet. In any event, once all doubt has been removed from that list, I can call for a ruling. 5 minutes, Wright, and Chief Prosecutor Skye will be found guilty. Not on my watch! But she didn't do it! I figured you'd say as much. That's why I came here, to hear what you have to say. This is the first time he's ever done something like this. Lana's hiding something, and the only way we'll ever know the truth is to draw it out of her. The truth. Everything goes back to the SL9 incident. Don't be stupid. Stupid! Today's the last day of the trial. We don't have time to reminisce about the past. That depends on you. If she's found guilty, you'll lose your only chance to find out what really happened. I'll think about it. See you in court, right? Bye, Pookie! This is it. If I'm going to find out what Chief Gant has on her, it's now. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. The defense is ready, Your Honor.
The prosecution is ready, Your Honor.
Normally this is when the prosecution puts forth its opening statement. But before that, the police chief has a proposal to make. Chief Gant? I want to be at the end of the trial already just to watch him get his comeuppance. I hate him. Like, Ace Attorney's really good at making you hate whoever they're, like, villainizing. They're so good at it. Because every single time I'm like, fuck this person. I hope they choke. Blah, blah, blah. Morning, folks. How's everyone doing? Hey, Yuji. Been back to the pool yet? No, I've been drowning enough as it is in my work. Oh, that's a good one. Don't think I could top that. If you don't mind me asking, Chief, exactly what is this proposal of yours? He's gonna piss me off. I just know it. Lana, that is to say, the defendant, has asked me if she could speak directly to the court. She wants to do what? You're the defendant. Don't say shit.
Having heard what she intends to say, I feel she should be granted her request. In the end, it should save everyone a lot of time and trouble.
What's this all about, defendant?
I'd just like to make one simple request, and I'll be finished.
Well then, what's your request?
Your Honor, I'd like you to put an immediate end to this trial.
Huh?
I confess to all charges against me. On February 21st of this year, I murdered Detective Bruce Goodman in the underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office.
No, Lana! You can't! Your Honor, the defendant's claim does not change the defense's plea.
In that case, Mr. Wright, I no longer require your services.
But Lana!
Your Honor, I hereby forfeit my right to an attorney. The prosecution may lack direct evidence against me, but it has significantly proven in this case through testimony and circumstantial evidence. I would like you to render your verdict now, if you please.
Well, the defendant certainly has the right to self-representation. Her request is legally valid, although this is an unprecedented situation. Indeed, it appears there's no further need to continue this trial, even if Mr. Wright may feel otherwise. This can't be happening! It appears the time for the verdict has arrived. This court defines the defendant.
Objection!
One moment, Your Honor.
Mr. Edgeworth?
The prosecution has not yet proven the defendant guilty beyond reasonable doubt. Any ruling at this stage would certainly be premature.
Come on now, Worthy. I understand this is a difficult time for you, but why don't you just be a good little boy and keep your mouth shut, If there's one thing Edgeworth is gonna do is not let somebody tell him what to do.
I don't think I care for your tone, Chief Gant.
What?
Creating another fabrication to cover up your past mistakes. Sorry, but I'm no longer the naive little boy you would have me to be. With this sudden confession from the defendant, it's obvious to me some kind of deal was struck behind the scenes.
Some kind of deal? Not everyone operates as you do, Worthy.
I thought so. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to change its first witness.
Oh, to whom?
As its first witness, the prosecution would like to call Miss Emma Skye. I request the court hears her testimony.
Hold it!
Mr. Edgeworth, I am exercising my right to self-representation. I don't think we need to continue. I don't care what you think, Miss Skye. The exposure of truth sometimes results in tragedy. However, no matter how tragic the truth may be, it would be an even greater tragedy to avert one's eyes from it.
God damn. Very well. The court shall grant the prosecution's request. That's okay with you, right, Chief Gant? God damn it. He's Grant now. Fuck you. Worthy. You'll live to regret this. Mark my words. Listen, is nobody gonna talk about the fact that he's threatened me on stand right now? Or not me, Edgeworth?
Miss Emma Skye, please take the stand.
Looks like Edgeworth has decided to take the horse by the reins. Listen, he don't like people telling him what to do, so he's like, damn it, if I have to side with Wright, so be it.
Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation. My name is Emma Skye. My occupation? I'm Lana's little sister, and I want to be a scientific investigator. 2 years ago, you encountered the serial killer Joe Dark of the Joe Dark killings. Is this correct? Yes. I'm trying my hardest to forget about that, though.
I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to recall those events one more time. Mr. Edgeworth, please remember this trial concerns the murder of Detective Goodman. Is an incident that was resolved 2 years ago really all that relevant?
Yes, it most certainly is.
Well, okay then. Okay. He sure gave in fast.
Now, please testify about what happened to you 2 years ago.
The trip to yesteryear has finally begun. It's bound to lead to the truth behind this trial. 2 years ago. My water bottle has officially melted. There's like a little tiny ice cube in there. So sit and look at Maya crying from 2 years ago while I put this back in the freezer. All right, campers. We're on our own. No more. We just have our fan and our will to live. And our will to get justice. 2 years ago. Let's go, Emma.
I was waiting in my sister's office that day. A man came running in and took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me. But I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest.
It's a good thing you weren't harmed.
I passed out. I don't remember much.
That's understandable. However, please tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, what does this testimony have to do with Detective Goodman's murder?
That will soon become apparent, Your Honor.
You've got to admire him for his courage, considering he has no evidence. Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination. Listen, he's setting us up so we can do the rest of the work, pretty much. Let's see. Okay. I was waiting in my sister's office that day. A man came running in, took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me. But I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. The man raised his knife and stabbed Marshall on the chest. Okay. I don't know, let's just start pressing shit, I guess. 2 years ago, the defendant was a detective at the police department, correct?
Yes, she was second in command under the Deputy Chief of Police Gant. My sister, she was the best detective ever.
I believe that. Yes, I remember. I'm so sorry if y'all can hear, like, water in the background. Somebody's in the kitchen. My door's open. It has to be, bro. I'm hot. Deputy Chief Gann and Miss Skyward used to be quite the pair. I believe they shared the same office.
That's right. I had always sit at my sister's desk and dream about playing that organ. I wanted to play it that day, too.
The police department and the prosecutor's office held a ceremony that day.
Lana promised to take me to dinner after she finished her work.
Hold it!
A man.
Yes, Joe Dark.
What is she?
Yes, Joe Mama.
Help. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, class.
He was a serial killer.
Here, wait, I got my face cloth again. Did you guys want more ASMR? There you go. Sounds like I'm breaking my spine. I'm not. Let him cook. Joe Dark was brought in for questioning on the day of that ceremony. We were desperate to get anything on him that would lead to an arrest. When he saw his chance, he fled the room, right? Upon fleeing the room, Dark proceeded to take the elevator. He must have been in a panic because the elevator was going up. He ran into Sky and Gant's office.
There was a lot of noise coming from outside, so I opened up the door and,
Whoa.
I opened up the door to have a look. That's when I saw him. Neil Marshall rescued me.
I don't think we really need anything about that. I feel like it's obvious. Well, I'll never forget what I saw in an instant. Okay, go on. Can you tell us about that?
Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark. Just then, the lights went out.
The lights?
It was just about this time of year. There was a terrible storm going on, and lightning struck nearby.
So the electricity went out. Wait a minute. If it was pitch dark in that room, you shouldn't have been able to see anything, right?
Right, but just then, lightning flashed again outside. That sudden flash left an unforgettable image of the scene in my mind.
I see.
I told the detective about what I saw then.
The detective?
Yes, Detective Goodman. He was in charge of the case.
Detective Bruce Goodman, the victim. I mean, like, hear more, right? Yeah, I mean, like, I feel like there's no reason to not. So you spoke with Detective Goodman about this 2 years ago.
Yes, that's what's so scary about this trial.
And you told Detective Goodman about what you saw.
Yes, but at the time, the words just wouldn't come out. That's why I drew a picture.
A picture? Yes, I think she mentioned that before. Well, Miss Wright, haven't you heard enough? No. I wanna know about this picture. This picture the witness drew, I believe it has a very important meaning. But the list of evidence I was given 2 years ago didn't contain a picture. Witness, would you mind if we added this statement to your testimony?
Yes, Your Honor. I drew a picture of that scene once, but it seems to have been lost.
Wait, let me see if the, because we got that evidence list, right? Is it on here? Bitch, I can't read this. God damn it. Can I, can I read this? Wait, hello? Hello? Wait, what? Bruh. Has this been here the whole time? And I didn't even bother to look at the paper. I don't know. I was like, oh, I'll read it when the time comes. Like, it's not important. I lied. Just kidding. I have it right here. What does this show me, though? A picture is drawn on the back of the evidence list in magic marker. I've got a very bad feeling about this. I guess I'll present this then. I was just gonna say, I'm like, oh, we'll check that evidence list because maybe it'll say if the picture's on there because Edward said it wasn't on his half. So I was like, oh, maybe it's on this half. I didn't think it was literally on this half. Jesus Christ. Mr. Edgeworth, this little girl put all her heart into drawing that picture. And yet you would insist on denying its existence. Huh? Hey, I'm not the bad guy. All I'm saying is that as the prosecutor for that case, I wasn't handed such a picture. That may well be, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Behold. This is the evidence list for the SL9 incident? It sure is. Please turn it over, Your Honor. Turn it over? Turn it... Ah! What is this? Yes, what is that?
Hey, that's it. That's the picture I drew.
Indeed. Two men appear to be wrestling here.
Objection!
What's the meaning of this? What are you doing with that list? Me? Only the prosecutor in charge should have access to that list. Huh? These lists, they're different from each other. What? It would appear, Mr. Edgeworth, that the evidence list you were handed 2 years ago was incomplete. These two lists fit together to form one. You can see marks here from where they were torn apart from each other. Do you see, Mr. Edgeworth? It's quite obvious what happened. 2 years ago, only half the evidence in that case ever reached you. What? What? Bro. Edgeworth got the biggest ops in this place against him. Literally. Order, order! But Miss Sky, why did you draw your picture on the back of such an important list?
Because that's what Detective Goodman handed me in the questioning room, Your Honor.
Wait a minute. If this list was torn in half, then that means... Your Honor. Are you alright, Mr. Wright? Your eyes are bulging from your head. If the evidence list was torn in half, then there might be more of the drawing on the back of Mr. Edgeworth's list. I'm sorry, did you never turn the list around? Yes, that's quite conceivable, Mr. Edgeworth. It's possible. Let's see. But is something wrong? Something wrong. Do you even have to ask? Look at his face. Edward's like, I'm killing myself, respectfully. This is actually making him want to resign even more. Sorry, Your Honor. There is indeed something drawn on the back of my list. Doesn't look like it right there. It's that thing. The blue badger? OMG, Joe Darkest Terror. Torn in half. Half body case. Guys, we figured it out. Joe Dark has been terror this entire time. Never mind the fact that he was executed. I love that they're playing the Blue Badger music. That thing. That's that thing. That thing that was dancing in the evidence room. Clearly, this act of vandalism is the work of a certain chief of detectives. I guess he was out of scrap paper. Evidence list restored and updated in the courtroom. Do, 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 do. Damn, they did not need to be putting all this shit in here. All this shit meaning all this banger music. It's AI. Weird shit happens all the time. Dead bodies be transported 6 years into the future, literally. Very well, witness. State your shit. Will you please testify about this picture you drew 2 years ago?
Huh? Oh, yes, sir. Your Honor.
What's wrong with Emma?
Emma.
She seems to be thinking about something when she was looking at the picture. I'm still confused how Blockhead was killed 6 years ago and yet stole terrorist victim 3 days ago. Honestly, I'm also confused about that, and I can't wait till we get back to Somnium Files for that reason, because I'm like, honestly, sometimes Somnium Files is just being confused until you're not.
Emma's picture. This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. The flash of lightning was so bright, all I could see were shadows.
I still see your shadows in my room. Can't take back the love that I gave you.
To the point where I love and I hate you. After that, I must have fainted. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant.
To think a flash of lightning could burn such an image in your mind. Thanks to that, though, she was able to show us exactly what she saw. I'm assuming I need to look at this deeper, because there's probably something in here that I'm going to have to use as evidence. Well, I don't see any contradictions here. This clearly shows Joe Dark about to murder the prosecutor, Neil Marshall. He's salty. Look at him. Did you see Edward? The defense may now begin its cross-examination.
Emma.
Show me.
This is the picture I drew 2 years ago.
The flash of lightning was so bright, all I could see was shadows. After that, I must have fainted. This picture shows exactly what I saw. Is that true? Is this exactly what you saw? Should I press this? I'm gonna say, because, like, we've already heard about, like, everything else in this. In her last one. Edgy's just pissed that everyone has been sabotaging him all his life. No, they really have, though. When you think about it, he's been sabotaged since his, like, he was, how old were they in that case? Oh, damn, I can't remember. 12? Or something? No, what grade were they in? I don't know. But literally since he was a kid, bro, people have been, like, out to get my boy. It's rough. Like, can he live? Can he please live? AU, where his life is not the worst ever.
Bing, bing, bing.
I don't know. Wait, let me. What? Okay, what do we have? Belong to the murderer Joe Dark. What does this say? I'm like literally just like trying to read this stuff. Name of deceased, Neil Marshall, 27, male, between the time of February 19th, between 7 p.m. and 7:30. Cause of death, single stab wound, piercing heart/lung. Assessment, died from blood loss and under 10 minutes. Weapon found in wound was missing too. Can we see the picture better? I'm just gonna press this and see what she says. Sorry for asking so many times, but are you sure you drew exactly what you saw? Be honest.
Of course. This is the exact scene.
Okay. Emma, I believe you. I believe you. I do. It wasn't influenced in any way from your talk with the detectives.
Objection!
Are you insinuating we somehow manipulated her memory, Mr. Wright? Listen, I'm just saying, man. Y'all be sketchy over there. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. I would love to see an AU where Edgy and Phoenix swap places simply because people accused Edgy of stealing the money as a kid instead of Phoenix. True. Listen, that's probably a fanfic out there. We could find it. No, of course not. I'd better watch out, or he might find some way to cut my salary. Girl, we barely make any money as is.
Pew, 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 pew. I drew this picture before I heard anything from the detectives, so I don't think anyone's story would have influenced me.
She is immune to propaganda. Wait, Lana was a detective 2 years ago, and Edgy was a prosecutor. How did she become his boss in just 2 years? Because Gant, who is the chief of police, pulled some strings. But also, he was a new prosecutor. Like, I think they said that this case was his first case, I think, or one of his first cases. So when she got promoted, he was like brand new. So that's what happened. And technically, she and Gant, you know, helped solve like a really massive crime. So it makes sense that they would want to have those two people in charge of like their two departments. But yeah, that's why he was brand new, and she was she got that promo from her bestie. Just kidding, her blackmailer. Mr. Wright, is there something that's bothering you about this picture? Huh? Oh, well, that's strange. She claims this is exactly the scene that was imprinted in her mind, and yet there's clearly a contradiction here. Is it the fact that, like, he's where he's stabbing? Because they said he was... What does this autopsy say? Died from a punctured heart and lung. Oh, wait, it says stabbed in the back. He's clearly facing the front here.
Objection!
I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this picture the witness drew contains a blatant contradiction.
What? But I still remember it like it was yesterday.
I'm sorry, Emma. But these hoes be lying. Mr. Wright, perhaps it would be faster if you simply pointed out this contradiction for us. All right, just give me a minute, and I'll do that. Just a minute. Okay, now I'll prove it. What part of this picture contradicts the autopsy report? Should I point to him, considering he's facing front, pretty much. And this guy said he got stabbed in the back. Or... Damn, man, you know, I was just guessing. I mean, he's kind of facing the back. Like, it kind of looks like he'd be stabbed in the back. Or is it this? Like, why is this, like, it looks like a ruler. This doesn't look like a knife. What is this? I don't know. I think I got a little hasty. I mean, I was right, but, like, I don't know why I was right. Because I don't... Maybe like, he's kind of, like, turned, so, like, that is his back. I don't know. Let's do the knife, because, like, it doesn't look like a knife. It looks like a literal ruler. Girl, let me take a sip of my Gatorade. The contradiction, of course, lies here. Wait, I was right. Dude, I did think it was weird. I was like, why does this look like not a knife? Like, I think it's because it looks like it's broken already when it's not supposed to be broken until after he gets stabbed, because the tip of the knife breaks off into his body. So why is it straight, like a straight edge there, when it should be pointy? And I think everybody knows what a knife looks like. Take a look at the knife this man is holding. If you look closely, you can see its tip is broken. Even I don't have to look closely to see that, Mr. Wright.
But Mr. Wright, look at the evidence. See? The murder weapon. Its tip is broken too.
If I recall, the tip of the knife was found broken off in the victim's body.
It was the conclusive piece of evidence that proved Joe Dark was the murderer.
I'm afraid it's not so simple. Ah! That scared me. I'm afraid it's not so simple, Emma. And where, pray tell, could you possibly see a problem? I'll tell you. It's obvious, really. The victim suffered a single stab wound to the back. If the victim was only stabbed once, then the murder weapon should not yet be broken. What's the meaning of this? Perhaps the knife was broken beforehand. Sorry, but I'm afraid that's not possible. The tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body. If it was broken beforehand, it couldn't possibly wind up there. That's right. But what does that mean? The tip of the knife was undeniably discovered within the victim's body. The only possible explanation is the witness's memory is mistaken. That's why I asked her so many times if she was sure she remembered correctly. I believe you were annoyed at the time, but she was sure she remembered correctly. But there's no other way to explain this inconsistency. Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. There is another explanation. Forged evidence. Have you forgotten already about a little something called falsified evidence? You're treading on thin ice, Wright. All I'm saying is that this broken knife tip might be the piece of evidence that was forged. You can't deny the possibility. No. Ugh. Also, I do apologize if you hear fireworks. I don't know why. People are popping off fireworks. Order, order, order. Are you saying the investigation really was corrupted? Your Honor, I fear that might be the case. Your Honor, please allow me once again to go over the events that took place the day of the murder. Damn, those guys have been sitting in front of the police department for 2 years. The police department and the prosecutor's office were holding a ceremony that day. The knife was from the freaking trophy. Wait, look, because it's... T. That's the real murder weapon. Oh my god. After receiving the King of Prosecutors award at the ceremony, Neil Marshall questioned Joe Dark along with Damon Gant. During his questioning, Joe Dark fled the room. Prosecutor Marshall chased after him and was killed by Dark. It is my belief that somewhere in this story, there is a lie.
I'm not lying. The man really was holding up a broken knife.
If that's true, then there's no other way around it. This could not have been the actual murder weapon. There must have been another broken knife. What are the chances of there being 2 broken knives?
Another broken knife besides Joe Dark's? Could there have been one?
There is one, and I found it already. If the witness is adamant about the accuracy of what she saw, it can't just be explained away by simple observational error.
Mr. Wright.
In that instant, Emma really did see a broken knife. I assume then that you have some information. You have some information about this other broken knife. If so, please feel free to enlighten us. The murder weapon was already broken prior to the murder. There's only one way. Take a look at this. Here's the real murder weapon. Now look at this.
Take that!
The answer lies in the past. 2 years in the past. Right here inside this picture. This is a picture of the award ceremony. What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? It's the broken murder weapon. Notice the award prosecutor Marshall is holding. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, you guys. There's like literally nothing I could do. Object holding. Like, why are you? It's literally like it's July 7th, 9 p.m. on a Sunday. Why are we setting off fireworks? Why couldn't you do it the day after 4th of July, please? Notice the award prosecutor Marshall is holding.
That's a broken knife.
As we earlier concluded, the knife in the drawing was not Joe Dark's knife. That being the case, the knife the witness saw was in all likelihood from this award. Order, order, order. Like, this is more, I swear to God, this is more fireworks than I heard on the actual 4th of July. Neil Marshall was awarded King of Prosecutors that day. As an award, he was given this broken shield and knife. When he chased after Joe Dark, he pulled out this knife. Being a prosecutor, he did not carry a pistol. This broken knife was the only weapon he had in this dangerous situation. But that can't be. Oh, and why not, Mr. Edgeworth? Because if the King of Prosecutors Award knife was the murder weapon, then the murderer and the murder victim would be reversed. What do you mean? I mean, this man raising a knife would have been Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Oh! But the prosecutor was the one who actually died. That's true. What's going on here? I'm gonna pull you by your fucking bangs. It seems Mr. Wright has been a bit too eager to jump to conclusions. Hold it!
Wait! I remember now. I remember everything.
Witness?
Mr. Edgeworth,
What is it?
could you show me your evidence list again, please?
His list. The one with that picture scribbled on the back.
I knew it. This picture. I'm the one who drew it.
What? You drew that?
That's right. The list wasn't torn in half at the time I drew this picture. Do, do, time. I've been trying so hard to forget. I must have locked this part away deep inside me.
Stop. It just looks like QM is just bow. Bow. It's so annoying, you guys. I'm so sorry. I wish my neighbors weren't setting off fireworks right next to me. And I hope they can hear me right now. Because I'm streaming! I'm streaming! Perhaps it would be best if we added this to the witness ceremony. It's just getting worse. Would you please tell us what you've recalled, Miss Sky?
Yes, Your Honor.
You mean the one... Is it one of those squeaky ones? You mean the ones that were just happening just now? Yeah, never mind. You literally jinxed it.
First the knife mix-up and now the blue badger? This should be interesting.
Emma's recollection. Speak your truth.
When I saw that man raise his knife, I panicked and rushed toward both of them. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. Just then there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger. He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow.
This is certainly most unusual. Try impossible. The chief of detectives hadn't even designed him until this year.
That would mean he didn't even exist 2 years ago.
Yes, well, the defense may now begin its cross-examination.
Stop! Please, don't pursue this any further.
You can't stop me, Lana. You can't stop me. And the more you protest, the more Edgeworth is gonna want to investigate it too. You have the two most stubborn people probably in all of Japanifornia. Guys, it's all ambiance. It's the lightning Emma saw. Yeah, guys, this is just to highlight the storm that was happening that day. This is the thunder. Lana. What's the meaning of this? Please remain seated in the defense chair.
But you can't do this. I've already confessed to the crime. Why can't you just leave it at that?
Chief Prosecutor Sky,
we've already come this far.
It's too late to turn back. Silence. The defense will now begin its cross-examination. Bailiff, please detain the defendant.
It seems we're finally getting to the core of the matter.
Okay. Okay, you saw the man raise his knife. You panicked and rushed towards both of them.
I think I knocked away the man with the knife. Just then there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw it, the blue badger.
He wasn't in the room. Okay, so it wasn't the blue badger because he doesn't exist. My client stated no. Your Honor, she's capping right now. Please don't listen to my client. What are the odds that Emma accidentally killed Marshall and Lana was covering for her all these years, making it a kind of reverse of what happened with Edgy and his father? I don't think Emma, maybe like if it was an accident, but maybe even if, whether or not Emma did or did not kill Prosecutor Marshall, I wonder if Lana thinks that she did. And that's what Gant was blackmailing her with, because he had the vase piece. Does this have something to do with the vase then? Because he had the vase piece and this piece of cloth with her handprints on it, Emma's. So what if like he's blackmailing Lana into thinking that Emma murdered this guy, or like accidentally killed this guy, either way. Oh, it's got a hole in it. Hmm. Mm, 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 mm. I think it's this. Right? Because doesn't this kind of look like the blue badger? Wait, look! If you hold it like this, look! It's like his silhouette, bro. Bro. It wasn't his shadow. It was this. Because that's why he had the jar in the safe, because if they had that evidence, then they could that, like, you know, disprove everything. The mysterious blue badger was in fact this. But that's, or what exactly is that? I believe it's some sort of jar? But Mr. Wright, that doesn't look anything like the blue badger. Listen, wait till you hear this. Indeed it doesn't. As it stands now, it's just a plain jar. However, what if we were to change our viewpoint? Our viewpoint. I've got to show them the correct angle to look at this at. Listen. Do, 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 do. Hold on. I need it to be straight. Is it like that?
Take that!
This isn't right. I've got to make it look more like the badger. Allow me to remind the defense its case hinges on the witness's drawing. If Mr. Wright can't match the shape to the witness drew, we cannot accept his claim. I've got to find just the right angle. Maybe I should rotate it vertically a bit more, or horizontally?
Come on, Mr. Wright, you can do it.
I've got to show them the correct angle. Ah, god damn it. How do I make it? Oh god. Low-key, why do I feel like I'm gonna need to look up a picture? Because I'm not sure I'm gonna be able to get it correctly. Because I don't, like, how do I make it look good? Like, cause I see it like, Guys, don't mind me. I'm just definitely not opening up Google right now and looking up how to position this vase. Sorry, jar position. I would never do that. Trust me. I would never go on Google and look up the jar positioning. The little nub behind the rectangle block could be the top of the hat. Do we think so? Is it like... Bro, I feel like I'm tripping. Maybe not. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, it's like this. Wait, hold on. How much is like tipped too far though? Cause like, is this too far, do you think? Oh no. Like right there? Like, is this close enough or are they gonna beat me up?
Take that!
What do you mean it's not right? Bro. Does it auto-detect it or do you have to click a button to submit? To submit, I press the button. To present it. I'm like, what do you want from me? Rah. I feel like it should adjust it and be like, you're close enough. I'm pissed. Because what do I do if I just can't get it? Like, what do I do? I don't even know. Like, is that, do you think that's good? Is that good? Does the blood splatter matter? Does that have to be on the bottom? I think so, because it's like the only way that the little side pieces kind of look droopy. Like, is it really being that picky? I feel like I'm krilling myself. Hold on. I want to watch this video. Okay, wait. Okay, I'm watching the video. I feel like I wish I didn't move it at all when it started. I wish I could like recenter it, because like now I just feel like it's uncentered. Okay, they had it like this, and then tilted it down. Bruh. They got me having to freaking pixel perfect this shit. Oh god. Like, is it even? Cries, krills myself. Please. Jesus Christ. It had to be like exact. I just need a minute. I just need a minute. Cause like, did I not have it like this before? Ace Attorney, when I catch you, Ace Attorney. Is this a miracle or what? No one can possibly deny this jar's resemblance to the blue badger. No, it can't be. I can rest easy now. Now I can die. Order, order. The defense has proven its claim. The mysterious blue badger witnessed on the day of the crime was actually this. Although we all enjoyed Mr. Wright's dramatic performance, one question remains. What's your point? What do you mean? So that badger thing was actually just a jar. That doesn't change anything. I'm afraid that's where you're wrong, Mr. Edgeworth. You see, this changes everything. Indeed. Very well then, please tell us. What's different now that we know the witness saw this jar? The location? Because I feel like we assumed that it may have taken place on Lana's side, but it actually took place on Gant's side. Allow me to take these in turn. At the moment of the murder, the witness saw this jar. At a very specific angle, I might add, Mr. Wright. Yes, well, knowing this, where could she have seen this jar? Where? The location of the jar is shown in a picture taken on the day of the crime. It's on a shelf in the office of Damon Gant. But the body was found lying near Lana Sky's desk. The witness testified so herself. Yes, and it is these two facts that reveal what actually transpired. You see, the struggle between Dark and Marshall did not take place in Lana Sky's office. It happened on the other side of the room in Chief Gant's office. Are you implying the murderer moved the victim's body from Damon Gant's office to Lana Sky's office? Yes. Why would he do that? There's no reason. Exactly. If there wasn't a reason, he wouldn't have gone through the trouble. The only logical conclusion is there was a reason. Do you know what the reason was, Mr. Wright? I finally figured it out. So this is why Lana tried to stop the trial. It's too late to quit now, though. Please recall the witness's testimony. She said she knocked away the man who was holding up the knife. In the next instant, the jar hit and flew through the air. Now tell me, what could have sent the jar flying? That would have to be the impact the man made when he was knocked into the wall? Man, I wish lawyers were this cool. Black Blue, I think you might be right with Emma. Emma having accidentally murdered Marshall and then blaming it on Dark. Which, like, he would have killed him, to be fair. Ladies and gentlemen, if I may draw your attention to this picture once more. We're like a little staircase. If the man was knocked in the direction of the shelf the jar was sitting on, what would have, Jesus Christ. What would he have hit? Good question. The suit of armor, holding a very sharp and dangerous looking sword. Yes. And since the man who was knocked into the armor was carrying a broken knife, he would have had to have been Neil Marshall, wielding the King of Prosecutors trophy. No, Mr. Wright, you can't be thinking. Yes. There is another possibility of what actually transpired in that room. Another possibility. Of course, the perpetrator would have had no idea, but nevertheless... I don't know if I can go through with this. Mr. Wright, what's the matter? If events took place as the defense theorizes, then the outcome is obvious. In that moment, assuming the man Emma Skye knocked away was actually Prosecutor Neil Marshall. This is a certified oof. This is a certified oof.
You mean Mr. Marshall died because of me? No!
I never imagined her testimony would lead to this. Why'd that scare me? What the SpongeBob noise? So it was the witness who took the victim's life, and then proved so with her own testimony. This is unprecedented.
What? What are you saying?
I'm sorry, Miss Skye, but given the circumstances...
Joe Dark murdered Prosecutor Marshall. How can you think it was Emma? How dare you try to pin the crime on her?
Imagine that, coming from you. If you recall, it was you who admitted to forging evidence 2 years ago. The reason you moved Prosecutor Marshall's body was to keep anyone else from finding out what Emma did, wasn't it?
I assure you, Mr. Edgeworth, I have no idea what you're talking about. If you hope to have anyone believe your insane allegations, I'm afraid you're going to have proof. Tell me, do you have any conclusive evidence that proves my sister killed Neil Marshall?
Evidence?
I'm willing to bet you don't.
Yes, it certainly would be difficult to prove this with evidence. If we don't have evidence, then we'll have to rely on testimony. I have evidence, unfortunately, Pookie. I have the evidence.
I'm afraid that won't work in this case. Both parties involved in the incident are dead.
We certainly can't get dead people to testify. This has all been a wild goose chase from the beginning. Touché, Miss Skye. Of course, that only leaves us with one possibility. You mean there's still another possibility? What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? I mean the possibility that the victim has left us a message. For better or worse, Mr. Marshall did not die instantly. He may have left behind the name of the person who took his life. In one manner or another.
That's impossible.
Well, Miss Wright, this is the only possibility left to you. A message from the deceased. Does such a message exist?
I've got to think back to the court record.
Is in the evidence. At least I have her handprints, but I think it's something to do with the fucking jar. So how does any of this relate to Goodman's murder? We're getting there. Well, it's because this case, the SL9 incident, is so closely related to the crimes that are happening right now. In the sense that literally every single person who was involved in that case also is involved and is connected to this case. And there's no coincidence there. Like that is definitely on purpose. This message from the deceased is already in our possession.
Mr. Wright, will you stop at nothing to prove my sister a murderer?
Do not be mistaken, Miss Skye.
Our purpose is not to accuse Emma of any crime. There is only one thing we seek, the truth. No matter how painful it may be. Now then, Mr. Wright, please show us the pieces of evidence that conveys a message from the deceased.
Take that!
I think it's this. I don't even need to check, I just know. This is the message left by the deceased. This is that blue badger from before, right?
Oh, is he going to just speak the killer's name?
If that thing could, I'm sure it would. Looks like everyone's forgotten this is just a jar. A message was left here, on the surface of this jar. What do you mean? If you look closely, you can see a faint trail of blood on this jar. It looks like someone wiped the blood away. Yes, but notice, for some reason, the blood on some of the fragments was not wiped away. Yes, there is a line here drawn in blood. So what you're saying is these dots were once lines. Prosecutor Marshall did not die instantly. He used the few precious moments left to him to leave behind a message. One that someone apparently wiped away. But blood must have seeped into the jar where the lines changed directions. Precisely so. All we need to do is connect these points, and the victim's message will become apparent. No! Mr. Wright, what kind of message did the victim leave for us? Your Honor, I believe this blood stains will reveal to us the answer. I've got to connect these dots to make letters. There's only one thing the victim would have written given the circumstances. His murderer's name. Ema. Does this one need one? Oh no, they said it's good enough. I'm just imagine doing this on my stylus.
Take that!
It's a defense attorney's duty to prove their client's innocence. That's why all I've been thinking about is saving Lana. After all my efforts, I never thought it would turn out like this. I mean, technically the case is closed though. They can't, can they reopen it? Especially because it passed the 2-year mark already. So it's like, all this evidence should be in the vault anyways. So the man's dying and he has a state of mind to write Emma's name in blood on a jar despite probably knowing it was an accident. Yes. Yes. That's the thing that gets me, like, why would he write her name knowing it was an accident? After all my efforts, I never thought it would turn out like this. Does he hate Emma? I don't know. Well, did we ever think maybe he didn't write it? Maybe it was Gant. Fuck. Emma. So this is the final message Prosecutor Marshall left behind. Of all people, she may not have meant it, but in the end, the one who took the victim's life was Emma Skye. See, Worthy, can't say I didn't warn you. Chief Gant. Do you understand the implications of what you've done? What? What are you talking about? 2 years ago, Joe Dark was sentenced to death. He was convicted because of his final murder. I believe you were the prosecutor in the case, were you not? Yes, Worthy. Because of you, An innocent man was sentenced to death. He was not innocent. He killed people. He did kill people. Don't say that. Oh, I hate you. I hate you. I hate you. I hate you. I can't wait till you get the death penalty, bitch. Not only that, but you used forged evidence to ensure his conviction. But Joe Dark really was a serial murderer. That's undeniable. I'm afraid that's not important. Didn't you know we are defenders of justice? What? We're merely keepers of the law. Sentencing a man to death is no light matter, even if there wasn't any cover-up or evidence forgery. Ultimately, the responsibility falls on the prosecutor in charge. I'm gonna fucking kill you. Despite what anyone may say, this fact cannot be denied. What's going on at the prosecutor's office? They might have sent an innocent man to his death. How can he just stand there like it wasn't his fault? Because it wasn't his... Order, order, order! It makes me so mad because it wasn't his fault. It wasn't his fault! I'm so mad. I hate this game sometimes. The gavel's pounding fell on deaf ears. Unable to settle the crowd, the judge declared a recess. Where this trial is headed, no one knows. This is all related to Goodman because they literally used evidence from that trial in this case. And also, Lana is being blackmailed by the chief because of what Emma did. So it does relate to it. So she's being forced to do things that she doesn't want to do because she's being blackmailed by the fucking chief of police. Sorry, I did not mean to save this here. I want to save this here, actually. But Goodman is dead, presumably because he was being silenced, right? Was he going to tell everyone that Emma killed Marshall? I don't know. I don't know yet. I'm assuming we'll find out, though. Yeah. Well, because we know that Officer Marshall, Prosecutor Marshall's brother, the one who was the detective, Angel Star and Goodman, they were all still researching what had actually happened in the SL9 case. So there could be a chance that that Goodman did find something out. I'm still going. Rah. I'm in it to win it, baby. Where the fuck where did my follower gold bar go? Oh, you know what? Have I had it off this entire time? I was recording something for Minecraft earlier for Grimwood. I think I turned it off and I never turned it back on. Oopsies. Damn, I just noticed that was off. Oopsies. Yeah, I was recording something for a future Grimwood TikTok, so I had to turn it off so I could record. Listen, I'm in it for the long haul, is all I'm saying. Like, I've got to see it through. I'm sorry, the follower goal. Dang it, Ken. Sorry, Edgeworth. I didn't mean to get you in trouble. Don't worry about it. This is my problem, not yours. Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later. Oh, he's got that kick puppy look. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? You got a lot of nerve, pal, making a detective run around while on duty. And to top it off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. I take it Lana's having you run errands again. Let me tell you, this is the last time, pal. Here, she asked me to give this to you if there was a break in today's trial. Not the evidence law for dummies. God damn it. Aw, dang it. Evidence law? Edgeworth was talking about this just the other day.
You must know the 2 rules of evidence law. Rule 1, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Is that right, Mr. Wright? It seems so. You could at least study some evidence law, really.
The chief prosecutor also wanted me to give you a message. A message? She said if you're planning to she said if you're planning to take him on, you're going to need this book. Him. I guess I'll need to give this book a thorough read. Evidence law securely slipped into pocket. Doesn't look like that book will do you any good now, though. All that's left now is the chief prosecutor's sentence. That's where you're wrong, detective. Huh? Haven't you figured it out yet? Why I'm still sitting in that prosecutor's seat, despite all these allegations being thrown at me? Mr. Edgeworth, the real trial today hasn't begun yet. What? What else is there left to do? Your credibility's been all ruined with this forged evidence you were unaware of. Emma Skye found out she unwittingly caused the man's death, and now you're telling me you want to do more? You've got to be kidding me, pal. You're missing the point, Detective. Lana didn't murder Detective Goodman. She merely stuck a knife into his dead body. That's just like tampering with a corpse. That means the real killer's still out there. What? And we're going to expose him, no matter what it takes. This case has hurt too many people. It's time to bring it to an end. Oh, my poor Pookie. All right, guys, we're settling this matter once and for all. I don't care if I'm sitting here for another 2 hours. We're gonna speedrun knowledge. Court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, Your Honor. The inquiry committee is planning to impose harsh penalties for your actions.
Thank you for the news, Your Honor.
Yes, well... Listen, Edgeworth is like, if this goes bad, I'm handing in my resignation letter. It's as simple as that. He's like, honestly, whatever happens, I don't give a fuck. Normally, this is where the prosecution calls forth a witness. But, this isn't easy to say. You see, there's some concern that you, Mr. Edgeworth, may have,
struck a bargain. You think I may have manipulated the witnesses?
I didn't say that. It's just, you see, everyone has been talking and...
Very well, Your Honor. I have a solution.
A solution?
That being the case, the prosecution will allow the defense to call forth all further witnesses.
What? But there's no precedent for what you're proposing.
Undeniably, this is an unusual arrangement, but a very effective one. It would prove that I haven't struck any deals with the witnesses.
Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say? Unbelievable. Edgeworth has found a way to continue the trial. Very well. The defense accepts the prosecution's proposal. And then it's settled. The, defense may now call forth the next witness. Mr. Wright. You do realize this is your last chance. If you call the wrong witness, this trial is as good as over. The defense calls... The time's finally come to bring out the real murderer. Gant, get your ass in here! Damon Gant. The defense calls Damon Gant to the stand. Damon Gant? What does he have to do with anything? As the defendant's partner 2 years ago, Mr. Gant has first-hand knowledge of the crime. I feel we should hear what he has to say about it. As luck would have it, he should still be in the courthouse. He would also be the least likely to have been manipulated by me anyway. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor? True. All right. Please escort Mr. Gant to the stand. Witness, please state your name and occupation. What is this? Some kind of practical joke? I was just on my way to lunch. Your name and occupation, sir. Worthy, are you sure you want to do this? Your name and occupation. So, you want to play hardball, eh? Please, Mr. Gant. Fine. My name is Damon Gant. I'm the acting chief of police. And a right bastard. Now then, Chief Gant, the court requests to hear your testimony. Oh, righto. What's with the grim face? First, let's clear up this SL9 incident. Oh, you mean that time when Lana's sister murdered that prosecutor? Personally, I think it's been made pretty clear already. There are still some things unaccounted for. Oh, like what? Like the role you played in all of this. Son, either you're very brave or very foolish. You are aware, of course, that a police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons? Sure. Take my testimony, for example. I don't have to give it if I don't want to. What? Is that true? I'm afraid so. The chief of police has right to refuse to testify. Of course, such an act carries with it certain risks. Don't worry, I'm not here to hinder your trial. Just remember, if this turns out to be a big waste of time, don't say I didn't warn you. Very well. The witness may now begin his testimony. As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him that day. To make a long story short, we slipped up. That power outage didn't help either. Did he just plead the fifth? Or at least consider? I think something like that, yeah. That's the biggest load of bull I've ever heard. Literally, I need to open this evidence book or whatever. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Apparently she had already arranged the crime scene. As you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery. Yeah, you're a fucking bitch-ass liar. And I wish you nothing but the worst. Even if he wasn't the murderer, I still would just wish him the worst. That wasn't even the fifth. They said he can just choose not to answer any questions. I know, because he's a chief of police. As if, like, the highest people in power don't constantly fucking abuse the system. Be so for real. Yeah, it's hard to just be making shit up. But to be fair, like, you know, they're just doing what the people in real life wish they could do. Is that when Dark was arrested? Him? He was lying on the floor unconscious. But like I said, they can't even charge her for it, because, like, the case is closed. There was a convicted person. Like, you already killed somebody, bro. What the fuck are you gonna do? When Emma sent Neil flying, it seems Dark bumped his head. I see. Everything seems pretty clear-cut. If the police chief has the right to refuse to testify, then I'd better hit him hard and fast. What do you know about hard and fast, Phoenix, right? It's like the Wild West of even TV court. Lol. Literally. This is like, I don't even know, but I just know, like, to be honest with you, if I was in the audience, I'd be gooped and gagged at every single thing that was said. Like, I'd be having a bucket of popcorn with me, like I'm fucking Keemstar on Drama Alert. Well, no, if there is evidence that the person convicted didn't commit the crime, the lawyer of the convicted can appeal the case. Can they appeal it even when the person's dead? Although in this case, it doesn't matter since Dark is dead. Yeah, exactly. Okay, you're questioning him that day. That's true. To make a long story short, we slipped up. I went to my office, found Lana there. Apparently she had already arranged the crime scene. As you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery. Yeah, I think that's a fucking lie because you literally had this bullshit. You had this in your inventory, bro. It was in your ender chest. It was in your ender chest. Don't even play me right now. You claim you had nothing to do with forgery. Sorry, I don't know why I was reading it like that, not my normal voice. But I'm afraid that is a claim you cannot back up. Explain yourself. Several pieces of evidence were found in your office. Take this jar, for example. That's the blue badger you showed us earlier. A piece of this jar was discovered in your safe. Not only that, this is where we're gonna have to get the evidence book, because he's gonna be like, you can't use that evidence. And I'm gonna have to say, yeah, huh? But yeah, you can't charge someone else without overturning the previous conviction. I mean, listen, why are we gonna ruin her life over an accident when she was like scared out of her mind because she was almost murdered? Like, I don't know, what would they do with that in real life? Like, how would they, like, what would that be ruled? Like, I guess like accidental, what is it, manslaughter? Not only that, but the evidence list I presented earlier was actually found inside your desk. It was found where? You see, Chief Gant, these articles of evidence uncovered in your office are both concrete proof that you also played a part in this the illegal investigation. Dude, I'm ready to pull out the evidence book when he's like, you can't use that. Chief Gant, what's the meaning of this? Oh, here's a defense attorney who may even rival Worthy. So you admit to it then, that you were involved in the forgery. Manslaughter would be if she did something unreasonable to cause the accident, but Emma was completely reasonable in the situation. To be fair, like, she didn't realize that it was Marshall with the knife. Like, she thought that it was Dark. Like, that it was Joe Dark. So, like, she was like, oh, I'm saving a life right now, but oopsies. Who, me? Or do you mean you? Me? Why would I have anything to do with that? Well, you were the one who snuck into my office when you found this evidence. I didn't sneak in. Gumshoe let me in. Prosecutors aren't the only ones capable of forging evidence, you know. Defense attorneys can do so too. Isn't that right, Righto? However, Detective Gumshoe was present during the investigation. Worthy, my boy. Not even detectives are exempt from the law. Rest assured, Dick will receive his due punishment. What? What? If Detective Gumshoe's salary drops any further, he'll end up paying to work. Yes, well, in light of the detective's presence, please give us your testimony regarding these pieces of evidence found in your office, and their relation to the forgery that took place at the scene of the crime. My. Kids these days no longer know how to put two and two together. Self-defense or defense of another person is justifiable homicide. You can't be charged in that case. That's what I was thinking, because I was like, she literally was defending herself and somebody else. Oh my god. Wrap this up, bitch. Let's see, what was it now? A jar fragment and a list. For all I know, you could have planted them in my office. Anyway, you can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. If they were found after Dark was convicted, then they're worthless. There's no reason I'd participate in a forgery. That's like literally not true. Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way. Yes, it did, because then you got Lana as your little fucking puppet. Bro, it's literally, oh my god. Actually, he's terror. Mr. Wright? Yes, Your Honor? When investigating the crime scene, you should have been more careful to observe protocol. You do understand that I'm the chief of police, right? There will be consequences. Oh. Indeed, I believe I will press charges, so you won't make the same mistake again. My apologies, Chief, but would you mind waiting until tomorrow for that? Today is, well, you know. Alright, Yuji. In return, though, I know, that place, right? Hey, yo, bro, they're gonna do something spicy? Huh? What are these guys, telepathic? They're dating. For better or worse, man. I need to see what our options are again. They were found after Dark was convicted, then they're worthless. There's no reason I'd participate in forgery. Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way. Like, that's literally a lie. I'm pressing this. Hold on. You're a liar because you literally would get Lana in your pocket to do whatever you want as the chief prosecutor. You literally, like, rah, rah. Krills myself. I'm happy that the judge found someone, but why does it have to be this asshole? That's what I'm saying. Like, Pookie, you deserve better. Really, Chief Gant? At the very least, there is one large benefit you've reaped from all of this. Oh, I wasn't aware. What is this benefit? That would, of course, be the position you have, Chief of Police. Oh. The resolution of the SL9 incident secured your promotion to Chief. That in itself is sufficient motive. Oh, that's a good one. Huh? Do you really think I'm that incompetent? What do you mean? Even without that case, I was already in line to become the next chief. The resolution of SL9 merely sped up the inevitable a little. Is that true, Edgeworth? Yes. He was going to be made chief anyway. Be careful when pointing that finger, or you might wind up being the one pointed at. So that means there's only one possible motivation for you to commit forgery. If you didn't do it for yourself, then you did it for someone else. Don't be silly, Worthy. You know me better than that. Do I, though? Do I, though? There are only 3 people I look out for. Me, myself, and I. Yeah, bitch, we can tell. We can tell, trust. There, it's out in the open now. Yuji, would you mind if I change my testimony a little? By all means, please do so. I wouldn't be anyone's accomplice if there was nothing in it for me. Well, there was something in it for you! Nothing in it for you. Sorry, but the only person I care about is yours truly. That girl, Lana's little sister, was it? If you think I felt sorry for her, you'd better think again. You're right. You don't feel sorry for anyone. Be tough on crime and tough on people. That's how I was raised. You seem to be lax enough on yourself, though. Wraps up. That's a good one, Worthy. Could there have been something in it for him? I told you, him using Lana. Please, let me say it. Let me say it. I'm pointing out an accomplice, bitch. True, you might not help anyone for their sake. But if it would benefit you, you might decide to assist someone. Mr. Wright, it appears you're positively determined to portray the chief as a nice man who likes to lend people a hand. That's not what I mean. Very well then. Who is this person you believe Chief Gant may have helped forge evidence? Be so for real. You know who the fuck I'm talking about.
Take that!
Chief Prosecutor Lana Sky, the defendant. I believe it's quite obvious in the light of the circumstances. Emma Sky fell victim to an unfortunate series of events. Who would want to help her more than her own sister Lana? And as for Chief Gant, he would also have a reason to help Lana if she asked him to. That reason, of course, is self-profit. Self-profit? What do you mean? After the SL9 incident was resolved, Lana Sky was appointed chief prosecutor at the prosecutor's office. That person who arranged this job change was you, Chief Gant. But how would he profit from all of this? He would be able to use the chief prosecutor as his puppet. Essentially, he would acquire unchecked authority over all investigations. Do you mean to tell me that despite the chief's formidable appearance, he plays with puppets? Oh, wait. You must mean puppet as in someone forced to do his bidding. Never mind. Admit it, Chief. You assisted Lana Skye in forging evidence. Your motive? To appoint her chief prosecutor so you could control her. Righto, my boy. You have quite an imagination. Let me ask you something. What? Do you have any proof of this? That I controlled Lana? For example, is Lana testifying I've done such a thing? Lana... She's keeping quiet to protect Emma. There's no way she'd testify against Gant. I'm afraid without any proof, this all amounts to nothing more than mere conjecture. Unless... That is also what happened in this incident. This incident? Which one would that be? Of course, I'm talking about... the murder of Detective Bruce Goodman. The chief prosecutor has been acting strange throughout this entire trial. Almost as if someone has been controlling her. Worthy, you'd better watch your tongue. I wouldn't want you to get hurt. Just what do you mean? What he means, Your Honor, is that Chief Gant is involved in the murder of Detective Goodman. Not only that, but the Chief is now making Lana take the rap to cover up his involvement. I did not get to read what he said. Order, order, order! I said order! What is what he said. Why do they insist of making the judge out to be an idiot? How did he even get this position, bro, man? As we've seen, everybody at the top is corrupt, so I don't know. Somebody probably was like, gave him the position just for funsies. Mr. Wright, you can't be serious. Huh? This is an affront to the highest ranking officer in our law enforcement agency. To accuse the chief of police of blackmail and murder? That's, it's impossible. Listen, man, your man's going to jail. I'm sorry. Your Honor, I was merely reiterating what Mr. Edgeworth said in easy to understand language. It's too late, Mr. Wright. There's no turning back for us now. It looks like he's the one who's decided to go through with this. Can you prove this, Mr. Wright? That the chief, a high-ranking officer of the law, is involved in this murder? Yes, I can, because I have his fucking ID number! On the record! And I know it's his ID number, because I used it to open his safe. Good question. Regardless of his rank or title, Chief Gant is just a man. The question is he a criminal? I believe the evidence will tell. I see. Alright then. Let's see what Mr. Wright's got, and it better be good. Show us this evidence that ties Chief Gant to the murder of Detective Goodman. Say less, bro. I got you. Yeah, right here. Yeah, right here. This is the ID card list. Yes, the one that shows who entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. There was one ID on the list we couldn't determine the owner of yesterday. 7777777. Oh, but I can. Sorry, but there's no way you can prove that's my card number. It's your number. What? How do you know that? The safe in Chief Gant's office requires a code to open. A 7-digit code. 7 digits? You don't mean... I'm afraid so, Your Honor. The code was 777-77777. Sorry, that was one too many sevens. the same as the remaining ID card number on that list. Chief Gant, you entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. Order, order. Chief Gant, what do you have to say? Nothing. The defense's search of my office was in violation of regulations, and I will demand Mr. Wright be punished to the maximum extent of the law. But right now, this court demands an explanation from you about the use of this ID card. Chief Gant, so you admit it. You entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. What about it? I'm the chief of police. Whether it's the evidence room or the bathroom, what's the difference? I can go anywhere I want. Tell me, when you entered the room, were you alone? I always go to the bathroom alone, as I do with the evidence room. Detective Goodman wouldn't have happened to be with you that day, would he? Of course not. Why would he be? I hadn't seen him in days. You hadn't seen him in days. Chief Gant, I'm afraid you've just undone yourself. On that day, you had to have met with Detective Goodman. Because he didn't have his ID card, and he had to be let in, and when his actual ID card was used, which was stolen by Marshall, his locker was already open, which means he had to come in earlier, and he didn't come in with Edgeworth, so he had to come in with you in order to open that damn locker. What do you mean? This trial's purpose is to determine Lana Sky's guilt. No, it isn't, Your Honor. This trial's purpose is to determine the truth. If Chief Gant met the victim on the day of the crime, then we need to determine one thing. What transpired during that meeting? In that case, Mr. Wright, I'm going to have to ask you for evidence. Show us proof that the victim went to meet Chief Gant on the day of the crime. I got you. I got you. I know that. I know that because... Is it the ID record or... Because he lost his thing, so do I have to, like, prove that he lost it? Can only be submitted to the chief of police. Yup! Yup! I'm getting hyped now. I'm getting hyped now. Detective Goodman lost his ID card on the day of the crime. Or to be more accurate, Jake Marshall stole it. So Detective Goodman filed out a lost item report. He would have had to given that report to the chief of police. Yet, you're in possession of that report, which means you can't be sure if he filed it. He filed it. How do I know, you ask? Because he needed to enter the evidence room that day. He needed to. Yes, to transfer the evidence out. Oh. Detective Goodman took the form to you, Chief Gant. Then, you accompanied the detective to the evidence room. I accompanied him. There's no other way the murderer and Detective Goodman could have entered the room. Hold on. Let me guess what you're going to say next. I, the chief of police, murdered poor Goodman. Guys, he actually just admitted it right now. Crap that. Clip that. No, I'm kidding. Exactly. But wait. The chief didn't necessarily need to accompany him to the evidence room. He could have just lent him his ID card. Yes. Now that you mention it, I believe I might have done something of the sort. Sorry, but that's not possible. According to the record, your card was only used once. Yet you showed us your ID card earlier. If you had really lent it to Detective Goodman, it would have been found on his body. No! Chief Gant, you didn't. The murder was most likely a spur-of-the-moment crime, for no one in their right mind would choose the police department as a place to commit murder. After the murder, you contacted Lana at the prosecutor's office. Why? To dispose of Detective Goodman's body, of course.
You're forgetting, Mr. Wright, that the victim's body was discovered in the prosecutor's office parking lot. How did he manage to move it there?
Pookie, he asked you to come to the police department. He put that shit in your trunk. So why was the card not fully filled out? Because he couldn't, Goodman couldn't remember his ID. So I reckon he went to, like, the chief who was like, to Gant and was like, girly, I really need a new one, but I forget what my shit is. And then Gant was probably like, oh, you know what? I'll just take, like, let's just go together and I'll sign you in. Don't even worry about it. So he was like, oh yeah, I'll just fill it out later. I mean, bro probably didn't think he was gonna die, so he's like, oh, I'll just finish it later. Don't even worry about it. Jeez. I was at the police department. I was at the police department the entire day, you know. And everyone's aware that Lana stayed at the prosecutor's office after the ceremony. Everyone except me, it seems. Still, you're the chief of police. You have an entire police force at your disposal. Oh, so you think I just ordered an officer to do it? Hey, you! Take this here dead body over to the prosecutor's office. I don't think so. Technically, you did. Chief Gant, you left all the evidence we need to prove how you moved the body to the prosecutor's office. And all this time, I thought it was a useless clue just taking up space. Yeah, me too. How could the chief have moved the body? Mr. Wright, show us the evidence. To move the victim's body, Chief Gant used this. Is it? Yeah. Because he told him to get it. And they're gonna be like, a screwdriver? What's this? This is how he moved Detective Goodman's body. What's that? A screwdriver? What does that have to do with this case? Mr. Edgeworth, think back to the day of the crime. What is this screwdriver doing here? It's here because... Nani? I was asked to go by Chief Gant, no less. Sorry, it's getting it's getting a little too late for me to scream, to yell. I'm so sorry. He told me he wanted me to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here. Bro, what if Edgeworth just didn't go back to the prosecutor's office and he went home? Or, like, what would he do if like, Edgeworth was like, girl, I'm not coming, bye. Or, like, what if bro just didn't answer his phone? Like, he really was relying on so many outside forces. I mean, but, you know, that's what bit him in the ass, though. He relied on too many people. He's stupid and dumb, got cocky. After the ceremony ended that day, I didn't plan to return to the prosecutor's office. But you did, because Chief Gant asked you to. It was a crime of passion. He didn't think it through. Exactly. Yeah, you're right. You mean I... The body was found in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. I think it's obvious what happened. The body was moved by that car. Bro, Edgeworth is like, can I please stop being a pawn in people's games? Detective Goodman's body was carried in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. Yes, unless, of course, you have another explanation, Chief? Why else would you have asked Mr. Edgeworth to transport evidence from a closed case? There's only one plausible explanation: to transport the body to your accomplice, Miss Lana Skye. Order, order, order! What's going on here? Is there no room for rebuttal to the defense's outrageous accusations? Think back to the photograph Miss Starr took at the prosecutor's office. This was not a photo of the body being stuffed in the trunk to be taken away. It was exactly the opposite. It is a photo of the body being taken from the trunk. Chief Gant, please say something. I believe your time's up. My time's up? Sorry, Righto, but I'm having lunch with the District Attorney General after this. We have to get going if we're to make it in time for Early Bird Special. You sit your happy ass back down. But the cross-examination isn't finished yet. Remember what I told you earlier. A police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons? Like, y'all, he's literally like saying, oh my god, I'm gonna kill myself. Like the right to refuse to testify. I'm invoking that right now. What? That is not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered. So you're going to just run away after all this? Run away? Don't make me laugh, Worthy. I stabbed old Goodman. That's what you're saying, right? If you had any conclusive evidence, you would have presented it by now. Well, You think I had Lana dispose of the body? If so, then show your proof and get it over with. I'll say it again, Mr. Wright. Damon Gant is the current chief of police. This court will not tolerate any accusations against him without concrete proof. Well, Mr. Wright?
Your Honor?
Do you have any concrete proof? Proof that Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman and made Miss Skye dispose of the body.
Do I have any concrete proof?
I think... Damn. I know at some point we have to admit defeat. I remember that. I'm trying to remember if it's now, though. Because I don't have proof. I don't have proof of that. Bruh. It's no use showing evidence. I'm not even sure of myself. No, Your Honor, at present, I have no conclusive evidence. See, Yuji. In that case, this court is forced to penalize you for your allegations against the chief. What? Here's a tip. Never gamble what you can't afford to lose, Righto. Oh, I can't wait to send your ass to prison. It seems that Lady Luck was on my side again today. Okay, Yuji, I'll leave the rest to you. I'm gonna crow myself. I warned you earlier, Mr. Wright. This is an affront to a senior officer in our nation's law enforcement agency. Yeah, well, your law enforcement agency is corrupt. Lady Luck. Maybe we should have a word with her. Mr. Edgeworth, what do you mean? There's one lady who knows the real truth behind this trial. We haven't yet had the honor of hearing her testimony. I mean, at this point, Emma's already convicted, bro. I mean, not convicted, but, like, she's already, like, we know now. She's got no reason to protect him. A lady who knows the truth. Another witness. In the absence of conclusive evidence, the only other method of proof is testimony. But Chief Gant has invoked his right to refuse to testify. There's still someone else. One more witness who can answer all the questions raised in this trial. Someone right in this very room. Mr. Edgeworth, who is this person? Why are you asking me, Your Honor? Have you forgotten? The defense is the one calling witnesses today. Mr. Wright, does such a witness exist? She may not be willing to tell the truth, but we can't just stop now. Yes, Your Honor. The defense calls forth Miss Lana Skye to the stand. The defendant, Miss Lana Skye. She was in the underground parking lot at 5:15 p.m. on February 21st. Her task, to dispose of the victim's body. In accordance with a certain someone's orders. Mr. Edgeworth? The prosecution has no objections, Your Honor. Very well. The court will now take its final recess for the day. In 15 minutes, we will reconvene to hear the defendant's testimony. The court is now in Hold on. Huh? Chief Gant, I thought you were going to eat. Listen good, Lana. He's talking to Lana. I don't think you need me to tell you this, but if you accept Mr. Wright's claims, there will be terrible consequences. Like, he's just threatening her on the stand! And this isn't an issue? Are you kidding me? That's right. Your sister will be found guilty for Neil Marshall's murder. This isn't good. She would have been found guilty anyways. Of course, you'd never support such outrageous claims anyway, right? Just something to think about. All right, then. I've got a lunch date to meet. He pisses me off. He pisses me off. He pisses me off. Stinky poo-poo man. Ew, ew. We hate you, Gant. #1 Gant hater right here. Okay, if there aren't any further objections, this court is now in recess. Lana, if you don't get up there and rap the fucking truth, I swear to God, I'm gonna stab you myself. Pookie, can I get a kiss? Looks like we've managed to stay in the game. Yeah, thanks to your help, Edgeworth. Sorry, you got me tongue-tied. That chief. Oh, Ken with the hydrated stretch. Bro, he makes me so mad. Like, he's literally threatening her. How is that allowed? Bro, please. Bro, let me take a picture to my fucking Gatorade Zero. That shit warm as hell. Can't get the fucking lid back on. Help! That chief. He's something else, eh, pals? Detective Gumshoe. I'm not a detective anymore. Oh yeah, sorry about that. Don't worry about it. I've already decided where to work now. I mean, to be fair, I'm probably not gonna be a defense attorney for much longer. Edgeworth's not gonna be a prosecutor for much longer. We're all out of jobs. Where'd you work? Maybe we can all work together. At your office. My office? Nah, man, not my house. Sure. I'll take the place of that top-knotted girl you used to work with. Could he mean Maya? Still, looks like we're all out of moves now. Chief Gant's done it again. How is it he always gets the upper hand? Because he's the chief of police and he's a goddamn liar, pulling all the strings. Yeah, I mean, the chief of police can't do shit to a defense attorney. You don't work for him. No, but we are getting... He literally said he's going to take me to court for going into his office. So he's going to ring me for all my money, and then I'm going to be too broke to rent the office that I live in. Or that I work out of. It's not fair he has the right to refuse to testify. Settle down, Wright. Remember what the judge said. But Chief... that is not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered. Risks? What did he mean by that? It's simple. If the chief refuses to testify, the opposite also holds true. You mean he forfeits his right to say anything, too? Emma! You're alive! Emma, are you okay? Yeah, when I came to, I was in the medical office. I've been listening to the trial from the gallery. So she heard everything that's been going on. Emma, I'm sorry for what I said before. No, don't be. It was the truth. Emma, I love you. You know, it's funny. I almost feel somehow relieved. Relieved? Yeah, now I finally know what really happened. To think that all this time, my sister was being blackmailed by that terrible man. And she did it all just to protect me. Ever since her appointment as chief prosecutor, everyone who knew her said she changed. Perhaps it was easier that way for her. What do you mean? What do you think I mean? To follow Chief Gant's orders. She must have shut herself up deep inside. To force herself to do anything and everything the chief told her to do. That must be why she became so cold. It was all my fault. You didn't mean to do it. You were 14. It's all because I murdered Mr. Marshall. No, bro. Somebody talk some sense into this girl. Sorry, if you heard that, I have a skirt model. That's my next best thing. I got, you know, maybe the fan kind of blows on the water and it cools it off. You didn't. Hey, don't go blaming yourself now. If you want to blame anyone, blame society, pal.
Chief Gant may be able to fool everyone else with his forgery, but he can't fool my memory. I remember now. I knocked Mr. Marshall into that armor.
I see. Well, we better get back. It's time for the final act. People throwing around the word murder and not knowing the meaning of the word, for real.
Emma, why don't you wait here? No, I'm going in with you. I want to be there. When Lana tells the truth.
Let's go, Wright. It's time to end this. Can I get a good luck kiss, Edward, please? And he runs away. They're like giving me so opportunities, like, girl, do you want to stop? You could stop. And I'm like, no, I can't stop. We're almost there. I can't rest until this man has been found guilty. I cannot rest. Now then, will the defendant, Miss Lana Skye, please take the stand? Lana, don't be up here rapping that bullshit, please. Miss Lana Skye, you are the chief prosecutor. I'm sure you're aware of what is required of you.
But Mr. Edgeworth, you already know everything. You know all that I've done these past 2 years.
I don't know why I made her slightly British too. I just can't kick it. Please provide the court with your testimony, Miss Skye. And remember, you are under oath. We want to hear the truth. Bro, being under oath don't mean nothing. Every person, literally every goddamn witness we bring up to here, besides like Emma and a few others, are all liars, bro. Everybody be lying under oath.
Of course, the truth. Lana, no matter what happens, I'll always be your sister.
Now then, your testimony, if you will. First, tell us about your relationship with Chief Gant.
Everything hinges on your testimony. You're the only chance we have to get Gant.
They gotta start handing out life sentences for perjury. No, you're so right. Like, they always... I think I got threatened with perjury once, and I'm like, bro, these people need it, not me.
I worked alongside Gant for years. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. My only motive was to get Dark convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma.
Are you sure about this testimony?
Your Honor, I'm confessing a capital offense, of course I'm sure. But Lana!
If this is true, then that means Chief Gant has nothing to do with this.
That's what I've been telling you from the beginning. Please, Mr. Wright, you've got to help her. She's sacrificing herself because of me.
But what if she's telling the truth?
She's not. I know my own sister. Whenever she speaks stiffly like that, she's hiding something inside. Deep down, she's really screaming in agony.
Yeah, this is no time to start second-guessing myself. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. Lana, you fuck. I worked alongside Gant. Why do I keep saying Grant? There's no truth to this blackmail theory. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. My only motivation was to get Dark convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma. That's literally a lie. That's a lie. You're lying to me right now. So you rearranged the crime scene. Are you sure you didn't do this to keep Emma from looking like the murderer?
How many times do I have to tell you, Mr. Wright? Emma didn't do it, period.
Are you so desperate to hide that fact? You're willing to risk the death sentence?
She's lying! She did it so I wouldn't be blamed for what happened. In any case, as a prosecutor, what I've done is unpardonable. There's nothing I can do to make up for my actions. Mr. Wright, my sister's lying!
I know, bro. I'm trying to prove it. Looks like she's determined to protect you to the end. She insists she fabricated the evidence by herself. There's no way she could have done it alone. I've got to get Lana to talk more. If she's lying, then she's bound to slip up and make a contradiction. What else should I press? There's no truth to this blackmail theory. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. Why'd you do that, though? If you weren't doing it to hide Emma's thing, why would you do that? You say you did this all by yourself. But you're a weak woman. How could you move that body? Also, that was a /J moment.
Yes. Would you mind telling us what you found when you arrived at the crime scene? It seems I was the first person to discover the scene. The broken prosecutor award knife was stuck in the victim's body.
What? But Prosecutor Marshall died from an unfortunate accident.
That's only a situation you dreamed was possible.
Ugh.
The reality is, it wasn't my sister who took the prosecutor's life. Fantasize all you want, Mr. Wright, but I'll never change this statement.
You mean Prosecutor Marshall wound up being killed by Dark?
Something like that.
If that is so, what happened to the other murder weapon?
Dark was carrying a switchblade knife. Oh, that was lying on the floor a little distance away. It was probably knocked away in the struggle.
That's not how it went down. She's trying to cover up her lies with more lies.
All just to protect me.
So, when you found the scene like this, what did you do? After all, this is what everything boils down to.
Yes. I broke off the tip of Dark's knife, planted it inside the wound, and moved the body.
But why would you need to move the body? Bruh. And how? I don't know. Do we press this? I feel like whenever we get a new sentence, we usually have to press it. You planted the tip of Dark's... and you moved the body? Sorry, damn, dude. But why? Why would you do that? Well, I didn't even get to read what you planted the tip of the... yeah, we knew that, though. Didn't we? I'm so confused. Is she claiming she faked the scene to make it look like Dark killed Marshall? Or is she claiming Dark actually killed Marshall? She's saying that Dark actually killed Marshall, but to further, like, make it concrete that that is what happened, she moved the bodies and, like, put the knife tip into the victim. That was that was Dark's knife to, like, firmly convince everybody that this is what happened. But that's not what happened. But yeah, she's saying that, like, Dark did kill Marshall, but to like, you know, make more concrete evidence, she put the knife tip in him and moved the body. That's what she's claiming, but we all know that is not true. But why? Why would you do that? So she's trying to claim both, yes. Because we know she can't lie about forging, because we know that that did happen. Yeah, because she's saying that Dark, like, you know, somehow got the knife that was from the statue, or not the statue, the trophy, and used that to stab him. But obviously, he did not.
You, of all people, should know, Edgeworth. You've always had a good head on your shoulders.
My head isn't that bad, but maybe I ought to ask for the sake of others. Why did you move the body? Because I know why you planted the knife.
When you showed up on the scene, where exactly...
Sorry, why am I speaking British? Sorry, I don't know why. In my head, I was like, I'm Edgeworth now. When you showed up on the scene, where exactly was the victim's body?
It was where you deduced it was. By Chief Gant's desk.
But the body was found by your desk. Why did you move it there?
The reason for that is simple.
Let's have the witness explain this in more detail. The reason Miss Sky moved the body.
The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan. My only motivation was to get Dark convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma. Mr. Wright, my sister is lying.
Looks like she's determined to protect you till the end. She insists she fabricated the evidence by herself.
There's no way she could have done it alone.
I've got to get Lana to talk more. If she's lying, then she's bound to slip up. I think I was supposed to do something with that sentence. Go back, go to the end. But why would they threaten your plan? Because they say Emma on it? Huh? Because it says Emma on it? Miss Sky, I understand how you feel. You committed that crime 2 years ago to protect your sister. You mean the forgery at the scene where Neil Marshall was murdered? If that truth were to be exposed now, the past 2 years of your life would have been for nothing. Will have been in vain. Even so, I'm compelled to bring to everyone's attention a significant contradiction within your testimony. A contradiction in my testimony? You testified, and I quote, "The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan." That's right. Do you have any problem with that? There's a simple oversight, really. You see, a message was written on this jar with the victim's blood. Yes, the prosecutor must have written it in his final moments. Exactly, so... And this is where the contradiction lies. In order for the victim to be able to write his message on the jar, it must not yet have been broken before he died. He couldn't have written Emma's name on a shattered jar. Order, order! Your Honor, it would appear more information is needed in regard to this jar and its bloody message. We may be missing something critical here. Something critical? Chief Prosecutor, it seems you're as in the dark as we are about the truth towards which we're headed. What? Just tell us exactly what you saw. We'll piece together the information to arrive at the truth. Very well. The witness may now continue her testimony.
I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar, but it was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered.
Yeah, but why would you do that? You mean you were the one who wiped away the message in blood?
I wasn't chief prosecutor at the time. She didn't think Tark was the real murderer. That's why she tried to erase the real evidence.
Very well. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. Well, you didn't wipe it all away, so... stupid. That's literally not true, though. That's literally... I'm looking at the evidence right now. You did not wipe it all away. Stupid. Miss Sky, I believe this jar conceals a truth even you were unaware of.
What?
We found the final piece of this jar in Chief Gant's safe.
In the chief's safe? But how?
I knew it. She really didn't know. There's something even more disturbing about that final piece. There was still blood on it. But the witness just testified that she gathered every last piece and wiped the blood off of them. Well, clearly that's not true, because I have literal physical evidence that proves otherwise. Yes, which leaves us with only one explanation. On the night Prosecutor Marshall was murdered, you were not the first one to show up on the scene. Chief Gant got there before you. But couldn't the defendant have simply missed a piece? I'm afraid that's unlikely. The pieces are too big for anyone to miss, let alone an ace detective. Ace attorney? That may well be, but everyone makes mistakes. Even I wasted an entire day looking for my dentures. They were in my mouth all along. Can you believe that? Have you forgotten, Your Honor? When this witness arrived at the scene, the jar was already broken. Oh, that. There's no way a name could have been written on a shattered jar. Another person discovered the scene prior to the witness. I hope you're not implying this person was Chief Gant at the... Chief Gant. At this time, he was looking for Dark downstairs. Damn, okay. The question is, if he did arrive there first, why did he hide that fact for 2 years? Dark downstairs besides... Oh, damn, okay. Well, Your Honor, can you answer that? No! Wait. I'm not the one on trial here. Damon Gant arrived at the crime scene prior to the witness. He proceeded to break the jar and purposefully hid one of the broken pieces. What is this action called? I love how the judge is trying so hard to defend Gant, i.e. I hate how he's defending Gant. Listen, man, he doesn't want his Pookie going to jail. He's just like me when Edgeworth was on trial. Like, so I get him, but, you know, sorry, man, I'm sending this hoe to prison. For real. Fabrication of evidence? But why would Chief Gant do that? In light of what happened afterwards, isn't it clear? What happened afterwards? Discovering the scene, Lana Skye believed her sister Emma killed the victim. Determined to help her sister, she sought Gant's aid. Lending her his aid, Gant helped her create evidence that incriminated Dark, sparing Emma, and therein lies the reason why Miss Skye became the chief's puppet. No, I did it on my own. Please, sis, stop trying to protect the chief. I can't watch you suffer anymore for my sake. No, you didn't. It wasn't you, Emma. You didn't kill anyone. Don't believe anything Mr. Wright says. Defense attorneys make up their most foul lies to defend their clients. Foul lies? Imagine that coming from my own client. I guess you do seem the type who likes to twist the truth. Hey, yo! When have I ever done that, though? Wait a minute. What if we're still smack dab in the middle of Gant's trap? Is something wrong, Mr. Wright? Well, you just insulted me, so I'm a little pissed off. Lana, maybe right after all. What do you mean, right?
So you do tell foul lies then, Mr. Wright?
Miss Skye, please testify once more. But if evidence was fabricated behind your back, then Emma's accidental killing of Prosecutor Marshall might also be a lie.
But I do remember knocking over Mr. Marshall.
Miss Skye, if you will.
I can't.
There's nothing to be afraid of anymore. This cross-examination may not change a thing. However, there is a possibility that it will if you tell the truth.
Very well. I'll testify about what I really saw.
All right, the witness may testify once more for the final time.
When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on that suit of armor's sword. Emma and Dark were lying unconscious on the floor nearby. When I saw what had happened, I thought she did it. That's why I erased all the evidence that linked her to the murder. I had Chief Gant help me remove the body from the sword and carry it. But if it all really was fabrication, Emma might be innocent.
Unbelievable. The body was impaled on the armor's sword.
You were the only one who saw that. If only you had proof. Actually, I do have proof. I gave it to Mr. Wright just this morning.
What? To me?
It's a picture I took of the crime scene as I encountered it. I thought it might be needed.
But I don't remember receiving a picture like that.
Lana must have known. See, Mr. Wright? She really does have faith in you.
Very well, Miss Wright. Please present this picture. I don't remember receiving any pictures from Lana.
Lana said she gave it to you this morning, right?
I seem to remember getting something from her then.
Let's check that evidence again.
Okay.
There must be a picture in there somewhere.
Okay, let me see this shit. Evidence law. Look at that's me.
Pio.
Is it? Oh wait, I think I see. Is that it? There it is.
Hey, there's a picture here.
And his shirt is cut.
Oh my. This is the actual crime scene. No other detective saw the crime scene like this, because I contacted Criminal Affairs only after I had rearranged everything. Mr. Wright! That piece cut out from his vest. Could that be
the cloth you found inside Chief Gant's safe? What's this?
This is a handprint, isn't it?
That we know has freaking Emma's fingerprints on it. Which, I mean, I don't know. He could have literally put her palm on the shirt.
That cloth, it had fingerprints on it. Whoever's fingerprints those are must be the real murderer.
What? But those fingerprints, they're yours, Emma.
Why are your lips turning all purple, Mr. Wright?
Anyway, let us get on with the cross-examination. So long as you tell the truth, we should be able to flesh out the real murderer. Very well. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. Hold it! Who said that? Gant? Get out of here. Come now, UG. This is the poorest excuse for a trial I've ever seen. Chief Gant. What? Now you want to make me out to be the... make me out as the bad guy too. If so, I'd like to put in a word or two in my defense.
I'm afraid it is too late for that.
What?
You already declined to testify. That means you forfeited your right to make statements of any sort.
This must be that risk we were talking about earlier.
Just sit back and relax, and enjoy the sound of the noose tightening around your own neck.
Ah, so what? You think I'm worried?
Sorry to disappoint you, but I don't need to make any statements.
What do you mean?
The evidence will do all the talking for me.
Sorry, I'm still stuck in Edgeworth mode. Even if I can't testify, I can still present evidence. Yes, that's true. Wait, you mean you still have some conclusive evidence? No, I don't. But someone does. What are you talking about? I don't got evidence. Yeah, I'm just gonna say he's lying. I'm gonna be like, I literally have no idea what you're talking about. I don't have that. Someone. So, what's your excuse, Righto? Why have you been keeping quiet about it? You do have something to show us, right? As he continues to make statements, literally. I guess this is all like null and void, like it doesn't count.
Something that proves who knocked over Neil Marshall, causing his death. Conclusive evidence that leaves no room for doubt.
Is this true, Mr. Wright?
No.
I'm gonna gaslight gatekeep girl boss.
If I show that piece of evidence now, Emma's sure to be made out as the murderer.
Mr. Wright, if you have any more evidence, present it now, and if you try to conceal anything, you will be the one appearing before the Board of Inquiries. What do I do now? I'd better think this through carefully. I can't afford to make the wrong decision.
Should I present that piece of evidence? The one that shows who really killed Prosecutor Marshall?
No. I don't know what they're talking about. I don't have it. And if this gets me a game over, I don't care. I'm gonna get you out of there, Emma. Don't worry. But he literally said I shouldn't show it, so I'm not gonna show it. And I'm not agreeing with anything he says. Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time. What? You lie. Chief Gant? You opened my safe. I know you took what was inside. The conclusive evidence. I don't know what you're talking about. Yes, Phoenix Wright. He's just like me for real. I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't have any evidence. What was in your safe?
Mr. Wright, why don't you show them? We found it together.
Oh, I see. It's because you know the truth, don't you? You know whose fingerprints are on it. That's why you won't present it. What are you talking about, Chief Gant? Listen, he's saying all here, he's coming up here rapping up bullshit, right? He's saying, oh, you found it in my safe, you found it in my safe. Where's the thing you found in my safe? So you're admitting that you were hiding evidence for how long? What are you talking about, Chief Gant? Can't you figure it out? Take a good look at this picture. See the victim's vest? Notice anything odd about the chest area? It looks like part of it's been cut out for some reason. I like how it's circular there, but our sheet is perfectly square. So I don't know, maybe like he cut out like a whole thing and then cut it into a square or what? I don't know. It looks like it's cut out for some reason. You mean this? You had this in your safe. What? That means you, the chief of police, have been concealing evidence. This is going to be the biggest scandal in the history of the police department. Impressive. To be honest, I didn't think you had the gall, Righto. Well, I can't just let you pin me up as the murderer. I'll tell you what really happened. What? You mean you admit to it? I was the first person to arrive at the crime scene that day. It then occurred to me that I could use the situation to control Lana.
So you really were manipulating her?
I knew Lana. If I made it look like the blame lay with her sister, that when she saw the scene, she would ask me for my aid. So you assisted Miss Sky? I told her to arrange all the evidence. I had her plant the knife tip in the victim's body and move the body across the room. And I ended up using that evidence to get Joe Dark convicted. When I tampered with the crime scene, I hid two pieces of evidence. This was before Lana arrived at the scene, mind you. 2 pieces of evidence? You mean those items in your safe? But why? For insurance, of course. Insurance? I was sure my plan would work, but it's always best to be prepared for the worst. I wasn't about to let anyone blame me for a murder that girl committed. You mean you were calculating that far ahead even while forging the evidence? What do you take me for, a fool? I didn't make police chief by dumb luck. See this jar fragment? I hid the most legible part of Emma's name. I didn't expect Lana to go and wipe the blood off all the pieces. But if you fabricated all the evidence, what to say you didn't fabricate the message on this jar, too? Oh, some people just don't know when to quit, do they? That's why I kept one more item for insurance. You mean that piece of cloth? Come on, Righto, cough it up already. I know you have it.
What are you waiting for, Mr. Wright?
So you admit to it then, Chief Gant? That you were hiding the cloth you cut off the victim's vest in your safe. Yes, I admit it. I didn't want to have to do that, being chief and all. But it's a lot better than being portrayed as a murderer. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say for yourself? Just a moment ago, you said you didn't have any evidence you could present. Foolish move, Righto. You should have shown it then, before it was too late. It's been a long battle. But the moment of truth has finally arrived. As long as I don't mess up here, victory is mine. Let's show it, baby. Your Honor, I do have evidence to present now. Alright then, let's see this conclusive evidence. The evidence that shows who actually murdered Prosecutor Marshall. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest. Oh yes, at last you finally brought it out into the open. There's a handprint on this piece of cloth. Your Honor, the prosecution requests that be immediately sent to the lab for analysis. This handprint on the leather. There must have been a strong impact for it to be left so clearly. You mean, it could not have been forged. It must be authentic, conclusive evidence. Oh, you're as slow on the uptake as ever, Worthy. What? Think about it. Righto had all this time to present this evidence. Yet he was reluctant to do so. Why would that be? You mean you already know? You know whose fingerprints are on that.
Mr. Wright, do you really know?
Whoever the fingerprints belong to must be the real murderer. Whose fingerprints are they? Very well. I'll tell you. It should be okay now. Everything's proceeding as predicted. The person to whom these fingerprints belong to is 16-year-old Emma Sky. You are the murderer. Emma Sky.
What? They're mine?
I'm sorry, Emma.
But why? Why didn't you tell me?
Oh, you're really something, Righto. You knew this girl did it all along, and you still tried to pin the murder on me. So it's true. Tragic, but true. This girl really did shove Prosecutor Marshall to his death.
Hold it! How could you? You monster!
Miss Sky.
You knew whose fingerprints those were all along, and yet you acted like she really didn't.
Miss Sky, it's not over yet.
What?
I said this trial isn't over yet. Huh, I'm afraid it is over, boy. Not only this trial, but your career, too. You purposely concealed this conclusive evidence. That, my friend, is a serious offense. I'm looking forward to pressing charges after the defendant is convicted. I'll have your badge, boy. What's the matter? Cat got your tongue. Aren't you going to tell us how it feels? How it feels to be the one who single-handedly turned a poor little girl into a murderer? Before I do that, there's just one little thing I have to clear up. Oh, and what's that? Who really killed Prosecutor Neil Marshall? What? Chief Gant, you are absolutely right. This piece of cloth proves who the real murderer is. Who killed Neil Marshall, you ask? It was Emma Sky, wasn't it? I'm afraid that's not possible. You see, this piece of cloth contains a critical contradiction. What? A contradiction? What is this fool babbling about? I'm talking about a contradiction, one that proves who the real killer is. Mr. Wright, this piece of cloth, what could it possibly contradict? Chief Gant, your tyrannical reign ends here. Behold, the piece of evidence that contradicts this cloth. Wait, is it actually the fact that it's a different shape? Because it's square, and look at this hole, bro. It does not make sense. And what exactly is this supposed to be? This is the picture Miss Sky took. Take a good look at it. See where the piece of his vest was cut out? Yes, his shirt is showing underneath. It's hard to make out with all the blood on his vest, though. Exactly my point. His chest is soaked with blood. That's only natural. His lungs, no doubt, were punctured. Blood poured out of his mouth. Oh no, it's the fact that it's not bloody. Okay, but listen, I felt like my reasoning was good too. Oh, but that piece of cloth. Wait, there's no blood on it. Ah! Since Emma Sky's fingerprints are on the cloth, there's no doubt that she shoved the prosecutor aside. However, Mr. Marshall was not impaled on the sword at that time. No, this is nonsense. Now then, Chief Gant, let me ask you something. Prosecutor Marshall was not impaled when he was shoved aside. He most likely hit his head on the ground and was knocked out. If so, then tell me, who could it have been? Who could have arrived at the scene before Miss Lana Sky, picked up the unconscious prosecutor, and impaled him on the armor's sword? Then, to make it look like Emma was responsible for the prosecutor's death, said person proceeded to write her name on the jar with the victim's blood. A jar that they then broke on purpose to leave behind a clue. And make Lana believe her sister did it. Remember what you admitted only moments ago? That you personally cut out this bloodless piece of the victim's vest. Ironic, isn't it? Through the very act of creating insurance, you proved that you were the actual murderer. No! It's finally all over. Objection! That was close, Righto. You almost had me. Huh? Sorry, but you'll have to do better than that. I refute your allegations. What do you mean you refute his allegations? You see, that piece of cloth, it's illegal evidence. Order, order! What nonsense is this? Legal evidence cannot be used to convict a suspect. Remember, Yuji? Earlier, old Righto here concealed that piece of cloth. So then, What's your excuse, Righto? You do have some conclusive evidence, don't you? Well, he couldn't ask me to produce evidence because he was not a witness. Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time. I said at this point in time. I didn't say I had no evidence. I just said I can't present it right now. Well, that's true. The defense did refuse to present evidence. At that moment, that piece of cloth ceased to be legal evidence.
But that's not fair.
Ooh, did you actually think you could best me in court? It looks like the last laugh's on you, son. Yeah, but you're still... Like, no, you're done. I'm afraid Mr. Gant's claim is legally correct. Well, Mr. Edgeworth? True, illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a person. Assuming, of course, that the evidence is indeed illegal. Well, Mr. Wright? It seems at last. The time for me to reveal my plan has finally arrived. Mr. Wright, do you admit to it? That you purposefully and illegally concealed this piece of evidence?
No.
I admit, I refused to present evidence. I presented at one point. So the evidence is illegal.
No.
No, it isn't, Mr. Gant. Huh? It's not that I didn't present evidence then. It's that I couldn't. What do you mean you couldn't? There are certain procedures involved when presenting evidence. No, Yuji, don't listen to his lies. He's nothing but a coward. You can't really believe. There is only one issue left to be resolved in this trial. Is this evidence legal or not? Very well. Let us settle this once and for all. Earlier, you refused to present evidence. If you can prove your conduct was not in violation of the law, then do so now. Article 672. Your Honor, this is my proof. Evidence law. What's this? I've done my homework too, Chief. Indeed, Emma Sky's fingerprints were on this piece of cloth. However, at that point in time, this was merely a piece of cloth, nothing more. What? You see, it's written right here in this book, the second rule of evidence law. Rule number 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. I found this piece of evidence myself, inside your safe. It goes without saying, I did not have approval from the police department. Rule 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. And here is the crux of the matter. You see, at the time, it was impossible for me to prove the relevance between the cloth and the SL9 incident. What? What kind of nonsense is this? You want relevancy? Just take one look at this picture and... Sorry, but can you recall when was that picture presented? That was shown only a few moments ago. No. He's right. At the beginning of today's trial, that piece of cloth was still meaningless. The person who gave it value as evidence was you, Damon Gant. You yourself confessed to a certain truth. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest. Oh, yes. No! It was then that you approved this cloth as conclusive evidence. Yes, you, the chief of police, personally approved this cloth. The only person who could have cut this from the victim's vest is the one who stood before Prosecutor Marshall in his final moments. In other words, the real murderer. And there's only one person that could be. Damon Gant, the killer was you! I knew I should have gotten rid of him. That good-for-nothing scum. For 2 years, he's been snooping around the department trying to get something on me. Crimes are being committed every day, yet he insisted on hounding me. Well, your crime wasn't exactly petty. Phoenix 5-head giga-braining it, for real. He wanted to reinvestigate the case. He recruited Angel Starr, then convinced Bruce Goodman. Sorry, I'm still talking. Then he convinced Bruce Goodman. Detective Goodman? Yeah, that's right. If the evidence is transferred, I'll lose my only chance to find out the truth. Please, you've got to help me. Goodman turned him down, as he ought to. Sorry, now I'm stuck in like a southern accent, because I did it one time. Goodman turned him down, as he ought to. Still, Jake Marshall didn't know when to quit. He stole Goodman's ID card and tried to take the evidence. Goodman came to me that day. He wanted to file a lost item report. I went with him to the evidence room. Then, all of a sudden, he decided to speak out. What are you talking about, Goodman? Can you please reopen the investigation, Chief? We can't transfer the evidence out. There are too many questions left unanswered. And he is wearing gloves, just mind you. And that the bloody handprint was made by a glove. Just saying. He opened his evidence locker, and as he was taking the evidence out, he said, "It's not too late. I'm going to hand all this over to Marshall." Well, to be honest, I was a bit taken aback by his words. I had a bad feeling when he came to see me, but I never thought he'd bring up SL9. That's when I saw it. That accursed knife. I couldn't just pull it out. Doing so would have only led to more blood, making it near impossible to hide your crime. Even so, the blood was just pouring out. I didn't know who might stumble in, so I hurried to wipe it up. I was worrying so much about the floor, I didn't realize my fatal mistake. The bloody handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker. I used to be known as the crime computer, but everyone has to start somewhere, I guess. I was too nervous. I had no business doing any of it. Then you put the body in my car? I'm sorry, I couldn't think of any other way to move the body. I broke your trunk, but what's the big deal? You make a lot more than us detectives ever will. Leaving the prosecution's car aside, how could you get Miss Sky involved in all of this? Well, she had as much to lose as I did if the truth came out. So you took the evidence from Detective Goodman's locker. I felt bad for having to do it. I also didn't have the time to pick and choose what to take. So, you left the jar fragments in the glove. Yeah. Looks like I was better off being an investigator of crimes than a committer. Phoenix Wright, bringing down capital corruption one fucker at a time. First it was Von Karma, now it's this bitch. They all did their best to get in my way. I've got to hand it to them. They do their jobs well, much to my dismay. Fake evidence doesn't hold up very well upon close examination. You must have known that. Tell me, Worthy, why do you stand in court? Me? You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me. We're the same. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go at it alone. He's not alone. He's with me. Well, looks like it's time to say goodbye. Oh, Yuji. What? Looks like we'll have to cancel that lunch date. It is a date. Sorry, old friend. I'm sorry too, Damon Gant. I knew you as you used to be long ago. You were once a fine investigator, an example to the others on the force. I'm sorry to learn that you are no longer that person. Those days are gone now, Yuji. Thanks for all the memories, though. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Now you have Wright here, and Worthy. With these two around, you can't go wrong. In fact, I can hear them already. The melodious sounds of a new what? Wait, I didn't get to read it. Sound of a new beginning. Okay.
Me and Edgeworth having a new beginning? Really?
There are two things I want you to understand.
Yes.
First, your sister never hurt anyone. Second, Damon Gant betrayed you from the beginning. You see, Miss Sky, you no longer have any reason to keep silent.
You're right. When this trial is over, I'll tell everything. All I've done these past 2 years, from the time I had Gant help me forge evidence up until today.
So, it seems all these questions raised in this trial have been answered.
I'm sorry, Miss Sky. I couldn't get you out of all your trouble. My, what a high standards you have.
For a rookie. Can I really be considered a rookie anymore when I've taken down, like, 2 top-tier people? I don't know, man. Like, I've only had 6 cases, mind you. But I ate them up every single time.
I can see why Mia thought so highly of you. Who knows? A few years from now, you just might make it to the top. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. Miss Sky. And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You've suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. Believe me, I know how much of an ordeal it's been for you.
It was nothing. Tsundere head ass. Liar.
I was worried the pressure might break you. And yet, you rose above it all and guided Mr. Wright to victory.
I don't like how he's acting all nice now. He killed 2 people and tried to frame others for both murders exactly. Bro's trying to save some serious face and it's not working.
You've done well, Mr. Edgeworth.
Stop it! I only did my job. He can't take a compliment. In light of this case, it seems a good self-examining is in order for all of us. Miss Sky.
Yes, Your Honor.
You are innocent of the murder. However, although the chief blackmailed you, the fact is you still acted as his accomplice. A trial will be scheduled for these crimes at a later date.
Yes, I understand, Your Honor.
Is there something amusing about all of this? Why are you smiling?
It's been a long time, Your Honor. A long time since I've felt free of these heavy chains.
Well, this trial's gone on far too long already. You're telling me, bro. I've been here for 5 hours trying to solve this stupid murder. Regarding the charge of murder, this court finds the defendant, Miss Lana Sky.
All my fellas.
Yeah! She's still going to jail, but not on my watch. Listen, she can go to prison when it's not tied to my name. I still won this case, baby. I still don't get why he killed Marshall. Was it really just to have Lana on his payroll? He was already confirmed to be chief of police even without her. Yeah, but think about this. He has the power of the police, but he could also have the power of the entire, like, prosecution team. He's greedy. He only cares about himself. If he can get more power, he will. And if he has to kill somebody, he will, clearly. He wanted that power, and he got what he wanted for 2 years. That is all. This court is adjourned. The things men will do for power is crazy. I'm just saying. Like, I'm just saying. He committed a crime because he was hungry for power and he wanted all the control. Lana committed crimes because she thought she was protecting her sister. At long last, it's finally over. Oh, Emma, sorry, I forgot your sister's still going to prison. Yeah, they also didn't have solid evidence on Dark, so, like, him, like, also fudging that and making Dark look like the murderer also, like, boosted him even faster to his career, and to, therefore, her career as well. And he just came up with that on the spot, because clearly he didn't plan on Emma knocking him out. Yeah, I mean, he came in and he was like, wait a minute, I could do something here. I mean, listen, he thought about everything that had to do with Goodman on the spot too, so clearly he has that ability. I would say we've seen him do it twice now. Emma? Listen, you can still see her, hopefully, you know, you can still see her in prison. Oh, why the long face? I'm sorry your sister didn't get completely off the hook. But at least she wasn't convicted for a murder she didn't commit. No, that's not it. Just now, after the trial ended. I can see why Mia Fey thought so highly of you. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You've suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. You've done well. Bro walked in on Marshall unconscious and thought, huh, I'm gonna kill this dude in like 5 seconds. Yeah, pretty much. And both times he overlooked really obvious things. I mean, listen, no murder is perfect. And except for the ones who are, and he was one of them. You know I did my best too, but Anna didn't say a single word to me. Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, yes I am. I'll come back later. Don't... Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Making a detective run all around while on duty. And on top of it all, you called me here? I've seen happier people at funerals. Hey, lighten up, pals. I'm only kidding. Oh. Are you here because of my sister again? Nope. Not this time. I came today because of you, pal. Me? That's right. I thought you'd like to see someone. My sister! Lana! Should you be doing this? She's still under arrest, you know. Well, I won't tell if you won't. Emma, I owe you an apology. It's okay, sis. Don't worry about it. That day, 2 years ago. Was the first time in my life I ever panicked. It was all I could do to keep myself from screaming. All I could think about was keeping you from getting wrapped up in that mess. Sis. I asked Gan to help me cover up the truth. I thought I was doing it for your sake. But now, I realize I was wrong. I changed after that day. I had to. It was the only way I could make it through the past 2 years. I knew how much I was hurting you by distancing myself. But I couldn't bring myself to tell you what I did. I was scared. Scared that you'd look at me with those eyes of yours. I was scared of how you'd react if you knew. But sis, you were only doing it for me. No.
Huh? I turned my back on you that day. In hiding what I believed to be the truth, I was deceiving you. Sis. I'm such a fool. It took me all this time to realize it. Emma, I'm so sorry. But sis, you don't have to apologize. I'm happy now. You're happy? Of course. You know, sis, I always knew that one day you'd come back. And now you have. Oh, Emma. Emma!
They are cute, Your Honor. They are. I can't lie. No one can change the past. The only thing we can do is strive to make up for our mistakes. Why must we make up for our mistakes, you ask? Because in doing so, we can find the way back to our rightful path. And it is from there that we can move on toward a brighter future. Fucking Makoto ass speech. At least that's what I felt, watching the two sisters make up.
Mr. Wright, Mr. Gumshoe.
Me?
Thank you both for all you've done. I'm sure we'll meet again someday. Isn't that right, Edgeworth?
Edgeworth?
Stop hiding and come over here.
He looks like such a fucking emo teen sometimes. Where was he hiding? I just came to say congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth.
Right, well, I'll be going now. He's such a fucking tsundere.
Mr. Edgeworth, I hope you don't blame yourself for what happened. We were the ones who acted corruptly, not you.
Corruptly.
It's too late for me. No matter what anyone may say, I realize today that I can't correct my mistakes. Mr. Edgeworth.
Not only that, but I don't even trust myself anymore. Chief Gant was right. You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me, we're the same. You are not the same. He's a murderer. You're not. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go at it alone. Sorry, go it alone. I think I made that mistake when the first time I read it too. I do despise criminals. I plan to dedicate my entire life to fighting them. But in order to fight crime on my own, I need a weapon. It's scary. But I've known that to be true for quite some time now. But Edgeworth, who knows? Given enough time, I might have tried to pull something like Chief Gant did. That thought terrifies me. That's why I can't continue on as a prosecutor.
Edgeworth, don't you understand? Damon Gant and your mentor Manfred von Karma were both the best of the best when it came to fighting crime, but they both made the same mistake. You said in order to fight crime on my own, I'd need a weapon. That may be true, but think back to today's trial. You weren't alone. You were working together with Mr. Wright, and because of that partnership, you were able to present evidence that otherwise would have gone undiscovered. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright?
Huh? What? Oh, yeah. What is this, a pop quiz?
Come on, Mr. Wright, show him what Lana's talking about.
Evidence, huh? Something that neither Edgeworth nor I would have been able to find on our own. Our love for each other. I swear, did we ever use this? I feel like, I mean, we must have, but I feel like I didn't. What the Sigma? Is it? Is it this? Because he thought he was doing something wrong, but he didn't.
That's the picture I drew. Our counterattack began with this.
You had one half of the evidence list and I had the other. You know, kind of like we were meant for each other.
Apart, we wouldn't have been able to completely restore Emma's picture. That didn't just happen by chance, Mr. Edgeworth.
It's time for me to go. I can't handle compliments and, I don't want my feelings about Wright to be getting out, so I will be leaving. Thank you. Goodbye.
Mr. Edgeworth, if you'll excuse me, there are still some loose ends that need wrapping up. Take care, Chief Prosecutor. Edgeworth, what will you do now? Well, whatever you do, just remember, you can let what happened kill the prosecutor in you, or you can let it help you grow. In the end, it's up to you. I know. It seems I owe you my thanks too, right? But what I face now is my problem. Edgeworth, I'll be waiting for you in court. Farewell.
You hate criminals and stoop to their level to win. I hate criminals and beat them despite their underhanded tactics. We are not the same, Stare. Exactly. Like, we are not the same. Don't ever compare Edgeworth to your scummy, dusty, crusty, orange ass Damon Gant. If I ever catch you on the streets.
I'd better be going too. Okay, but I'll be by to visit soon. It seems we both have a lot to learn and catching up to do. Here, this is a little something for you. Scientific investigation? It's the first book I ever bought. Study it well. Thanks, sis. I will.
And so, wait, well, I was about to say and so before it even popped up. I just know him, bro. Me and Phoenix, we're linked. We're like this. You can't see me, but my fingers are crossed together. And so, another case came to a close. As for the sisters, I have faith. Faith that their lives have only just begun. And as for me, I think it's time I started on a new journey of my own. A journey to rediscover myself. Now I'm just saying, why is that just the last one? I hate gay people. Just kidding, that's me. I'm gay, and also I love them. slash not SRS. Well, don't go trekking off just yet, pal. Huh? What is it, detective? There's just a little matter to be resolved about the chief prosecutor. You see, she isn't supposed to be out of jail like this. But I thought you said it was okay. Yeah, well, it may be okay with me, but the folks at the prison are a different story. Huh? Basically, I had to bribe a guard in order to sneak her out for 30 minutes. Believe me, it wasn't cheap either.
Huh? Way to go, detective. I didn't know you had a wild side.
Yeah, well, you see, Mr. Wright here is the one who will be footing the bill. Hey, yo! Huh? Huh? What, you think I could afford it with my salary? Hey, you gotta be kidding me, pal. Girl, my salary ain't any better. I do not get paid for any of the cases I do, and this is my job, brother.
Thank you, Mr. Wright. You're the best.
Girl, chief prosecutor can pay for it. She's probably rich. Why is it I suddenly feel like I want to scream? Hey, I got an idea. Why don't we all go pay it off together?
Yeah, that's a great idea. Come on, guys. Let's go.
Oh my god. I can't believe it's over. Granted, there's a million other Ace Attorney games, but this one specifically is over, and that's crazy.
I arranged for a friend of mine. Damn. I hope she'll be pleased to study up at the. Damn, stop! Why'd you go so fast for?
Can I pause the game? As for me, oh my god, wait, still I managed to find my way back to the field somehow. Then, I'll be able to investigate crimes together with Emma. As for me, the affair has pretty much ended my days at the prosecutor's office. And still, I managed to find my way back to the field. Oh, God damn it. Like, why was it going so fast for? Let me read. Jesus Christ. I don't know what any of that said. All right, we're going to have to speed these. Yikes. I thought I was gone for a moment there. In the end, though, they overlooked my unauthorized investigation in the chief's office. If we penalized you anymore, it'd be worse than firing you. Yep, that's what they said. It just goes to show you can't shake me off that easily. Like, why? He had less text and it was slower. Why was hers so damn fast for? What the fuck? Also, I'm not going to be doing voices because I don't know how fast I'm going to have to read, and it's easier just to read my normal voice if I'm going to have to speed read. Oh, not this fucking guy. My new mission is to guard the main entrance and take care of Billy. Can you believe it? I've been demoted to a security guard. My partner's keeping an eye on the entrance for me today. I'll show them, though. Someday I'm going to make detective. Yes, sir. Then I can be just like that Dick Gumshoe. I mean, sure. If you want to be like him, go for it. Bam, bam, bam. No, the Blue Badger. I was literally drinking my freaking Gatorade. No, not the Blue Badger. Somebody help him. Gumshoe, quick. Oh, man. Look at all my friends in prison. What is it? Can't you see I'm sorry. Miss Star managed to sneak this to me. She's seeing one of the guards, it seems. Well, cowboy, looks like you did it. You even gave Bambita back her smile. What is it? Can't you see I'm having a showdown with the blah, blah. Can you make sure Billy and the gang get water? Yeah, sure. No, don't even worry about it. Like, damn, bro. Like, why are we going so fucking fast for? It looks like we won't be seeing each other for a while. You're the only one of your crew who's not dead or going in prison. As a farewell gift, I put a new meal on the menu, the right way lunch. The top layer tastes as bitter as defeat, but the bottom layer's as sweet as victory. Kids seem to dig the turnabout theme. It's a hot seller around exam time. Just make sure not to eat it backwards. Brandon Gay. Bro, I know this person got made fun of in, like, elementary, middle school. I'll never forget what that young defense lawyer said after the trial. Let's see, what was his name again? Mr. Left? Anyway, he said he's been doing something or other for, how many years? Well, anyway, I've got another trial to get to, so I better be... Huh? Oh no, I forgot my gavel. Sorry, I gotta go. Either in jail or get pay deducted or demoted, literally. Maya! Ah! Nothing soothes the soul like fresh country air. Still, sometimes I do miss hearing you and your objection. Still, I can't go back until I'm full-fledged spirit medium. Mystic Maya! Afternoon training's about to begin. Coming! Well, see you around, Nick. Wait, so did every cop in this case get penalized in some way? Yeah, literally. Pretty much. Mr. Edgeworth. Mr. Edgeworth, I brought you your tea. What's going on?
Thanks for coming to see me off. I can't believe I'm going to Europe. Thank you, Mr. Wright. Thank you so much for everything. I'm a little sad, but I'll be alright. Whenever I want to see Lana, all I have to do is open this book.
It's so cute, I'm not gonna lie to you. Oh, they're cute. Oh my god. Shits and pisses. Is this 5? I thought this was 6. I got an achievement that says clear chapter 5. I don't know why I thought this was 6. I guess I'm fucking delusional. Oh my god. Damn, dude. Well. That was the first Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney game. Did they count the prologue as 1 or 0? If there was a prologue. I don't know. Ow. Ow. I hit my knuckle on the fucking monitor. Not monitor, desk. Monitor? What the Sigma? Can I pick? If I pick new game? No, go back. Is it possible for me to check the chapters? I don't know. But either way, damn, dude. You know, despite the fact that sometimes this game pisses me off, I do still love it dearly, and I don't know. I still feel like the first game is really good, despite the fact that you get introduced to goofy laws. No, that was just the first game. That was not all 3 games. We still have 2 more in this trilogy. That was just the first game. So our journey with Phoenix Wright is nowhere near a close. We have 2 more games in this original trilogy, and then we're playing Miles Edgeworth Investigation, and then we get to play Apollo Justice. So stay tuned for all of that to come. We have many more objections and many more getting mad at people being stupid in trials. And more stupid, goofy laws, that's for sure. Let me switch y'all over to the ending soon screen. My goodness, my goodness. Who should we raid? There's also the British one. The British one. Yeah. Are you talking about Professor Layton? Or are you talking about the I don't even know what it's called. Let's see. I'm gonna raid Moons. He's raided me a few times, and also I can raid and run without feeling bad. No, Ace Attorney. Oh, the one that's like in the past or whatever. I would say yeah. We're a long ways away from that. There's so much more to get through. I don't know when I'll start another Phoenix Wright game. I definitely want to break in between. But yeah, thank you guys so much. If you watched any part of this series, at all, I appreciate you. Especially sticking around for 5 hours if you did. It was brutal, I'm not gonna lie. There was multiple points where I'm like, damn, dude, should I just call it quits and just like do it tomorrow or something? But I felt like I had to persevere in this. So yeah, if you have not followed and you want more Ace Attorney or other, I play a lot of content, I play a lot of variety of things. If you want to stick around with me, hit that follow button, and also check out the Discord linked below, or !Discord. It's called the Sillies right now, but we are planning a rebrand soon. Stay tuned. And until next time, take care of yourselves, and I'll see ya. Oh boy, oh boy.